Okay, I think we are live. Let me just check and confirm that we are actually live. Okay, yeah, we are live. So welcome to Freestyle Friday. You know, it's Friday, so it's time for us to freestyle. I'm just gonna give people a little bit time to come in. So in the meantime, I'll just start by introducing myself. So welcome, and my name is Imiket, fully Imiket Aku Kinshai Akinyi, but I just go by Imiket. And yeah, so just ready to get it cracking. So I'll give everybody time to, get here. But in the meantime, I will let those on the panel introduce themselves real quick.
ETM Hotel. Welcome in peace, everybody. It's your brother June. Thanks for tuning in. Hotel.
All right. So it seems like it's just you and me right now, June. So, we'll just give it another 5 minutes. But while we wait, anything interesting going on that you've seen happening around?
Nah, I'm in transit right now.
Okay.
Rushing to try and get somewhere where I can participate more. But no, that was a great show you did on Wednesday. For those that didn't catch it, go check the archives for the latest show we did on Divine Words Wednesday. That was a really good show. So that.
Okay. Yeah. Dua. Yeah. Yeah. Make sure you check our archive, and if you're watching, anything interesting, make sure that you share as well with other people, because there are some people who would like to learn all this stuff, but they're not aware of, like where to get the information from. And we don't want people going to all the wrong places and getting all the pseudo stuff. So yeah, make sure that you share our videos if you can. We really appreciate that. So yeah. So let's see who we have in the chat. We have Hotep, Sen Aaron Edwards. And hopefully we'll put a link on the chat for the panel for those who would like to participate with us as well. So don't be scared, Okay, yes, and also I love Soul, do you? Hotep, welcome. So, what are we going to be freestyling today? It's a mystery. I have no idea what we have going on today. But yeah, speaking of Wednesday's presentation, if you haven't watched it, make sure you watch it like St. June said. And what we did on that show was, go over just the basic stuff with Hieroglyphic. So, discussed a little bit about the script and, and what mediums it was used, and, what kind of tools were used to write Hieroglyphic. And then we went through an example of, just breaking down you know, 4 lines of hieratic text, and you know, and yeah, just transcribing it and then transliterating and then translating. And just so if you're not sure of what those are, it will be transcribing is when we're taking it from hieratic and transferring it into the formal Sesh Netcher that we know. So because hieratic script is more of is like more of an abstract version of what you see the formal Sesh Netcher that we normally go over on this channel. It's the same glyphs, but the forms change. So they are, you know, where you can't really recognize the particular objects that were, you know, that are used for those characters. So it's more abstract. It's the writing tool for that also changes, which was a reed pen or reed brush. But we did see some examples where it was also chiseled and, you know, on stone. But you know, it was the handwritten version or the cursive, like how we have in our Latin script, where you have the cursive writing, and then you have the more formal one, like the ones that you see on, you know, when you go on your website, like Facebook, like YouTube. And those are more like clear. So with the hieratic, you see like we had ligatures on that, on those as well. And like any other cursive handwritten stuff, you know, kind of changes here and there depending on who writes. But we went over that, and then so that we transcribed it from the hieratic to the formal Sesh Netcher. And then after that, we transliterated. And then after transliterating, then we translated to English. So there was like 3 steps of doing that. So that's what we did last week. Oh, I mean, this week on Wednesday. So yeah, make sure that you watch that.
Yeah, I was busy. I was busy that day, but I listened in to the whole show, and I kept saying in the chat, plug your book, because I think your book will help out a lot when it comes, because, you know, we saw a few examples of where it was carved in stone, but most of it was written on papyri. So yeah, your book has a lot of good pointers on scribing when it comes to the tools used to scribe, like strokes, how to make certain strokes. Also, you know, how to hold the pen. It was a lot of good stuff in your book that I think people could use when studying both hieratic and simplified. So yeah, definitely. If you don't have Sinet's book, you should definitely check it out.
Yes, you're absolutely right, and do well for that. Yeah, the book is Simplified Sesh Netcher and Penmanship, and I will put a link again later on in the chat. But yeah, so actually, and even with the book, we had like different variations, and the ones that I picked to be for the most part to actually get into details within the monoliterals were the ones that you know, were closer to the hieratic, and that was I did that intentionally so that it could get people more familiar with you know, once they, you know, finish the simplified part and they want to get into the hieratic you know, hieratic text, then it will be easier. Like the basket, obviously in the book we have 2 versions: the normal basket that we see with a handle, but then there was the other basket that is closer to the hieratic, I think the mat probably as well. Just yeah, pretty much most of the glyphs, the owl and all that kind of, you know, kind of picked what was closer to the hieratic but still simplified in a way so that it would help. So you're right, if you get the book, you know, seeing the forms, but also just learning about you know how to actually write, which is the whole point. You know, with the hieratic, it was written, and you could actually see, like, you know, the whole point of, you know, when you write, you want to write first. So that's how cursive gets into play, where it's like you want less you know, you know, where you have like pen lifting, like in penmanship, where you say if you're writing the more formal stuff, you'll be like lifting the pen a lot. But when you're writing cursive, the point is not to lift the pen so much. So even with those forms, it was just to kind of find a way to actually write without lifting the pen so much. That way you get to write a lot of glyphs quicker. And you see that in hieratic, where that is put into play with things like ligatures as well. So you could tell the scribes combining those words, and that usually happens when you're trying to put speed or time into account. So the book is actually a good way to kind of get you into that mind frame of the scribes and how they write hieratic and all, and things of that nature. So yeah, do get the book. I'll put the link later on.
Yeah, I like that, because you also include how many times you should, you include how many strokes it takes, but then you also include like how many times you should lift the pen and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, it's definitely a good book, y'all. Get it.
Dua. I see St. Chris walked in, so I'll let St. Chris introduce himself real quick. If you can, that is.
Timotep, this is Brother Chris. Yeah, I was driving, so I'm on my way back home now, so I'll be settled in a couple of minutes.
Okay. So yeah, so while everybody is trying to get home and get that freestyle going, let me see who else we have on the chat. So we have Thurman, Meredith, St. Omar, and Trikja. So Hotep, welcome. Yes, I'm just gonna make sure that I share the video, keep sharing to the other places, because some people might not be aware. And if you're watching and you have not hit the bell, make sure that you hit the bell so that you get all those notifications whenever we go live. Sometimes we had the Welcome to the Sebaid Dome, where that is the only that's like the show that where we don't really announce when we coming in, like Wednesdays where we have Divine Words Wednesdays, and then Freestyle Fridays where it's like on Friday. The Sebaid Dome, that's it could be any time, so, and you don't want to miss that. And that's actually where we kind of get into addressing stuff that we see on the net, stuff that are worth addressing. Some things, like we talked about on Wednesday, some things are just not worth it at all, because it's just common sense. Some things are just way too pseudo. But on the Sebaid Dome, we do kind of go through some things that we think is worth noting for people. And some things we talked about on Wednesday, some things are just not worth it at all. Okay, somebody walked in. Introduce yourself. I'll mute myself.
Hotep, this is Tamika. Can I be heard?
To you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so welcome. So you ready to get it cracking? I'm gonna let you do all the freestyle this week, and then we're just gonna sit with some wine and just craft. But yeah, we're just waiting for everybody to kind of get everybody's on the road. Most people are on the road, so we just get people to get settled, and then we can get cracking. But in the meantime, we're just talking about different things here and there. So I don't know if you have anything that anything that you've encountered this week that you think we should know about, that worth noting.
No, but I find it funny you laugh first.
Well, yeah, I try not to. Like the thing is, I try not to be listening to things out there, because sometimes you'll be like, man, it's just crazy, but yeah, apart from what we had on Wednesday, which actually I ended up seeing, because I thought it was actually a joke when we're talking about that inky stuff. So then I actually came across it yesterday, and I was like, man, this is like for real, because I laugh, because I'm thinking like those are just things that people are playing around with, but no. But yeah. But what do you think it is about Kemet that just make everybody just go crazy and make up stuff? Like, because it's crazy because the texts are there, right? It's like, it's not like, I would think it would be on any other stuff where it's like oral tradition, like that would be like the one where people would be like running to make up things, because hey, how are you going to verify that? But then you have Kemet with all this documentation, and people somehow still just bypass that and just make up things. To me, that's I find that kind of
Yeah, it's wild. That's why we always say that, the pronunciations we use are like a convention. We just add in a E in between each syllable because the vowels weren't documented in the script. So we add in the E just to be able to pronounce it. And, as we say, Egyptology speak or classroom speak or whatever. So in most cases, the pronunciation we're using isn't historically accurate, but we use it as a convention just so we can all, talk about it and understand what we're talking about. But yeah, especially in that case, the pronunciation that we're using now is definitely not the pronunciation that was used historically. So to say, asar means this or a certain word like ankh means that is just ridiculous because, anybody who studies knows that the pronunciations aren't, for the most part, precise and accurate.
Yeah, see, that's crazy. And see, I get that's why I get like why there are other people on the other side of the fence be like, who are like, why are these people making up all this stuff? Because you when you hear stuff like you're talking about, it's like those things, like everybody knows that those are tentative stuff, and obviously we are discussing a writing system, and we can't just say, like, let's say we want to say the word wasir, instead of saying something like, okay, I'm talking about the eye and then the seed and then and then the seated deity, because you have to discuss the script verbally. So then obviously we understand that there's this convention that Egyptologists use so that we can actually talk about those things. So, but some people will take it too far and be like, do all that stuff where that means that, and the rrrs and the vulture sound and but then funny part is, okay, the funny part is at the same time, let me just wrap it up so we can, because I see the, what we are going to freestyle. But I was thinking the funny, okay, we'll talk about that later. Let's go on with the freestyle. So
It looked a little small on my screen. I don't know how it's showing up for everybody else.
yeah,
But if we can, it might need to be zoomed in.
yeah, can we get that zoomed in? So but I can really tell what the glyph is. The whole thing is a glyph. Yeah.
Hey, ETM Hotep.
Hotep.
All right. Winnie Wujao. Just popping in. I'll be popping in and out. But I normally show the whole object first before zooming in. And so everyone should be used to that by now. I always show, whatever it is that we are transliterating and translating for freestyle. We show the whole object first, and then we'll zoom in so everybody can see it. So if it's small on your device or screens, it's that way on purpose right now. And then when we get into it, it'll zoom in so everybody will see. All right. So, if you want to discuss what this actually is or what it looks like first, and then you can zoom in. You said the whole object?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, that clearly is the offering table. Let me see in the glyph.
Okay.
Oh, and while we're doing that, just to inform the viewers, if what you're seeing is not so clear, you know, on your settings on YouTube, it's like a cogwheel. You can click on it and then choose, you know, what quality you want to watch it. And usually it's like 720 and above should be good. But yeah, just in case you're not seeing it clear enough.
All right. Well, what's interesting about this is the fact that it is upside down in terms of the object. I don't know if anybody picked up on that. It is upside down, but it's an offering mat and bread loaf. And you can actually see the outline of the bread loaf. And I know you can't see my cursor, so let me get my trusty arrow. You can actually see the outline of the bread loaf right here as I'm tracing it with the arrow. And so the entire base part is the equivalent of this mat that you see here, and then this bread loaf that's actually in the object. So the bread loaf is here and the mat, and so this square part is the mat, and then this upper part here is the bread loaf.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't even notice that on the inner part.
Right, the inner, that's what I'm saying. The inner part is the actual bread loaf. It's just carved. The stone itself is a square, but they carved right here the bread loaf. And then the square part of this is the mat, it's equivalent of this mat right here. And then the bread loaf is right here inside, which stands for what word? Everyone should know that.
What, the whole thing or the bread loaf?
No, this mat and bread loaf together, this glyph.
Oh, the hotep, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. So, and another thing that can be noticed is that the water is pouring out of these jars downward and flowing out and flowing out.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
So those are initial observations that, you know, that's suggested that everyone do, you know, before you start to translate, just give you, you know, put your eyes on it and try to recognize what you see first. And so what's interesting is that some people will do that, which is good, but what's bad is that they'll stop and they'll walk away with an interpretation of this whole object just with that alone. And then you know, they will want to share information about it and everything, but they didn't go into what it says. We see glyphs here, and we know a rule that an unwritten rule is that you never divorce the script or the text from the imagery or the vignettes or figures and etc. Never do that. So if there are glyphs around a figure or whatever, they go together. All right, don't divorce them. Got to keep them married. All right, so, but okay, so y'all can go in on it if everybody's ready.
Yes, I think you'll probably have to start zooming in. Okay, so yeah, so how we start is usually we go through the 4 steps. And so let anybody want to go over what the 4 steps are, or should I go over? Okay, I'll go over the 4 steps and then somebody can start with the first step. So the 4 steps are, you know, we have the first step where we decide what direction the glyphs are to be read in. And with the direction, we usually have it either in, you know, going left to right or right to left. And then it's either in rows and in columns as orientation. And then the second step is we'll look at each glyph and, you know, identify each glyph, you know, with their function. Yes, Danny, you're correct. Identify the glyphs with their functions. And then the third is we'll group them into words. And then the fourth step is we look into the dictionary and come up with a sensible translation. That's just a quick summary of what it is. So anybody can go over what the first step is and how that applies to this particular inscription.
We are looking at the direction.
Correct.
It's going left to, yeah, it's going left to right, and it's in row, in a row.
Okay, you sure?
Positive. Well, it actually, yes, it's going on rows, and on the side, it's going in the column.
Okay. Okay, direction on what direction?
On the column,
Mm-hmm.
that's what, okay, it's, oh, let me see. The column on the left side looks like it's going from right to left. Am I correct?
You said on
On
the
the
left side?
left, yeah, the column on the left side is going right to left.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Yeah, let's see what the chat says.
The chat, am I right?
Yeah, so let us know in the chat. Are we right on that one? So what about the other column while we wait? Because I think there's some delay.
Yes, the other column is going the same right to left. Wait. Take that back. Oh, this is confusing me. Hold on.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, because I see the folding cloth is going that way, but I see the nab is going that way. Look like it's half and half.
Okay, we'll probably know better if we zoom out a little bit, you know?
Right.
Okay, so what about the rows?
Yeah, the rose is going left to right. Right? Yeah.
You sure?
Left to right. Oh my God, it's confused. It looked like half and half. It's like one side is going left to right and the other side is going right to left.
Yeah. So what
Am
helped
I the
you?
only one seeing that?
No. So, but what helped you kind of figure that out?
The glyph.
What glyphs?
Okay, for instance, the chair is going in that direction. It's going wait. What helps me?
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, so the chart says Donnie says column and row, which is correct, and then right to left, and then left to right. No direction on neb, that is correct. You can't tell direction with the basket without the handle. But yeah, it looks like this is written, this is like symmetric. So you have like that split,
Right.
you know, on the you know, on the rows on the top. So yeah, so that's pretty much the first step, the direction. So we have the columns, and usually the glyphs that help us with that is glyphs of animate objects like body parts, animals, people. Some glyphs are kind of hard. They might not tell you, but some glyphs are easy. You can use them to identify that. Which is funny because we know about graphic transposition, and so sometimes when you have glyphs that don't have direction, it can be hard to just kind of guess your way around because you never know if it's like graphically transposed sometimes. But yeah, that's just a side thing. But so now the second step is to figure out, identify some glyphs. So so we should know the monoliterals, so we're not even going to go through that right now. But at least we identified one biliteral neb, the basket. So any other, and I'll let anybody on the panel go identify some other glyphs that are not that are not monoliterals or the uniliterals. So yeah.
Right. Well, let's let the chat. Well, first let me say that I posted the panel link into the chat, and so feel free to join the panel if you like. And you know how we do things here, so don't have to go over that. But the link is there, and it's an open invitation. And but for the sake of the chat and anybody who may be new, go ahead and identify some of the monoliterals that you see. Okay, without me pointing to them or anything like that, just type out some of the monoliterals that you see. And I know there's a delay, but just go ahead and start doing that. Any of the monoliterals that you see. And obviously there are going to be some repeats, but just the different ones. So you can start there. All right. So so while we're going to wait for people to do that, Mika, let's see if you can identify, give us 3 biliterals. Just call them off without me pointing. Just name 3 biliterals that you see. Or put it this way, 3 glyphs that are not monoliterals. Just call them out and how would you transliterate them?
Okay. The Sesh. The Sesh. Right. You want me to call the names you said? Hello? Am I on mute? Hello? They can't hear me. Oh,
we can hear you. Yeah, so I'm taking over here. So go ahead and identify glyphs that are not monoliterals. Just call them off.
the not monoliteral. Let me see. The
Yeah, just any other glyphs that are not monoliteral.
let me see. The I.
Yes, that's good.
Okay, somebody else? Other people in here?
Now you have to do 3.
Oh my God. You know I'm a newbie. I'm trying to. Let me see.
Okay. Yeah, but okay, so the I is good. I know you know them because you've been off.
Yeah. Okay. I know, like I see Hotep right there. That's my favorite one. Okay. I see, let me see what else. Some of them I remember. Come on, chat, help me.
Okay, so with the I, what is the I?
The I is air.
Yeah.
What about the seat? I see the seat. The seat.
Yes.
Is that the seat? Okay.
I see it, yes.
Okay, I think I said 3.
Okay, so the I is what is it? And
Uh, um, what's the I? Let me see if I can remember.
okay,
The I is IR.
acre. That's excellent.
Uh, okay.
Then you had Hotep.
Yep. Hotep. Okay. Hotep. Dina suit.
Right, that.
Osir. Okay.
Did you call it out?
Yes. What you asked me?
How would you write?
You already called it. I can't hear you on my side. I think you're breaking up.
Oh, okay. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so how would you write it? Transliterate it.
Which one? Hotep?
T.
HTP?
Close.
That's what you asking me?
Yeah. That's when they be saying like you are near the oven, was it?
I'll do.
Oh yeah, so let's
Hotep is HTPD
Mhm.
DI, the suit. That's what you wanted to know. NSW dot T. Hotep with a capital H.
See? Yeah. That's yeah. So okay. Yeah. So
C.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we got that, and then you had this. What is it? The seat? How would you? Is Hotep a
The
bilateral
C.
or monoliteral or triliteral, quadrilateral?
Hotep is your try.
Okay, good.
Gotta
And then we
turn
have
up my mic.
so okay, so those are three. So I'll let somebody else on the panel go through that, and then I'll look in the chat because they were supposed to give out the monoliterals, right? That's what. So anybody else on the panel, if you recognize other glyphs?
Emmy Cat, you're low on my end. Your voice, I don't know if anybody feels the same way.
Sorry.
You're kind of low.
Oh,
Your voice is low on my end, at
Yeah.
least.
No,
okay.
it's low on my end too. I can't really hear.
Okay. So let's see what's going on. Okay, so I'll just have to speak a little bit louder. Is that good enough or still low?
No,
No, you
it's a
sound
lot.
better.
It's
All
a lot
right.
better.
Okay.
You're clear.
Okay, excellent. So what I was saying was that if anybody else on the panel can identify other glyphs, while I go through what the chat was doing, because they were supposed to give out monoliterals. So I'll just go through that. But feel free to identify other glyphs.
Yeah, I see the X for the Newt. I see the Nefer. No, that's the I want to say that's, yeah, I'm gonna say that's the Nefer.
Okay. Excellent.
What else? The Netcher. She already named the Hotep. I see the Reed leaf. Yeah, I see a lot of, it looks like a lot of mono literals to me.
Okay, Dua. So yeah, and I see Sen Omar put N, the water ripple is there. Yes. F for the horned viper is there. T, raised bread loaf. R, mouth. And you put the folded cloth S, correct? The mouth R, and then the D. Do we have the D, the hand? Do we? Anybody see the D?
You went low again.
Does anybody see the D? Monoliteral, the hand?
No, I
Nope,
do not.
I don't see a hand.
Yeah. Sen Omar, where did you see the D?
Then
I see a viper, a horned viper.
Yeah. So okay. So we don't have a D, or maybe we might, because it might be way below. But so right now, what we're looking at, I don't see no D. But yeah. So those are. So we've identified some glyphs. So just to keep it going. Where are we at the third step now? Words. So any words? Can we identify any words here? Let's see.
Geneti.
Okay. Then that would be this.
Tio.
Yes.
Geneti.
Okay.
Geneti.
So that whole. Okay. Another one. Anybody? Or you could go ahead, Chris, and just continue.
On top of that horn viper, it kind of looks like a bread loaf, but that's the face and the side profile. Yeah, transliterated TP for tep
Yes.
for on top. Yeah, that's actually the
Yeah.
head and the profile.
Yeah. See that's good, because it does look like the raised bread loaf. But how did you know not to identify it as such?
Well, two things. It's a common phrase or epithet that we see a lot, but you can also compare it to the other raised bread loaves that are in the inscription, and you can see how they made those really small and detailed, and how this one is just a little bit different.
Okay, so that's good, because being familiar with the this type of inscription and just what and patterns as well, like you said, so you'd know this will be that, and then you also go through looking at other comparing glyphs on the same inscription, and if it's there like this, if you thought this was a raised bread loaf, then here where you have the raised bread loaf, it will be different. So then that kind of helps. So there's a lot of tricks you have to kind of use, and that's good. That's actually good that you noted that. So yeah, any more? Should we identify two more?
Inuet.
Okay, let's see. This one here. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so that and all the way here. That's correct. And that's actually, that would be two words of phrase. But yeah, so you have Imi and then Dua. So St. Chris just knocked it all off. Take the two words. Any other word? There was one I'm surprised said that Mika hasn't grabbed yet, because that got her name on it. Well, not your name literally. But it's here somewhere. But yeah. Well, we'll probably come up and then you recognize it.
Where is that? Yeah.
Yeah, and then Donnie already said Nefer. So where was it again? Here, Nefer. So that's another word either way, but here it's saying with the determinative. But yeah, might be, could be, yeah. So that's another one. So I guess that's about it for words. And then this will be the part where we'll be looking at the dictionary, but obviously this is Freestyle Friday, so we're just going to start. So where do you think this inscription should start?
Mhm.
Let me check the chat so I don't leave them out. But hey, if you're in the chat, I think the link is pinned, so you can always join.
Well,
Can
I
I
think
get?
it should start. I think it should start in the middle, right there on top.
Yeah,
I
that's
could
what
be
I was gonna
wrong
say.
though.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good guess. That's a good
Yeah, MK, is that a rabbit?
a what?
A rabbit.
Rabbit. Oh, here, yeah, it's like a what is
A water ripple to
what
your
is
left.
identified as
A hair, a hair.
here, I think
That's
it's
another way you could say it, right?
here. I forget which one is which, but hey, it's one is those in that family. Yeah. So what do you think is what is the glyph? How would you transliterate it? Oh,
They I know it's a W.
a monoliteral?
Um, I don't think it is.
Okay, because you said W, just W.
Might be with the I think it might be a no, yeah, it's a minor letter, I believe.
Sure.
I would disagree respectfully, unless there is glyphs that represent the same monoliteral, because we already have a monoliteral for the W.
Yeah, and what is that?
That's the baby quail chick.
Okay, yeah, that's this one here. Yeah.
Okay, then I think that's a bilateral.
Yes, that's correct. This is a bilateral, but it does have a W. So
Is it win?
yeah. Yeah.
What is it?
When
Win.
W and N. And so when we see the N here, what would you describe this as, the N that is down here?
Oh, a determinative?
No.
Verb.
Because one thing for the determinatives, we don't transliterate them. So we wouldn't even know what to call it. Like, I mean, we would know what it means. It gives the semantic value, but because this is an N. So
It would be a monoliteral.
yeah, so but how is it functioning here in this particular sense, if you can guess?
It's a verb.
Okay, so just to like
Let's do the I think the hair and the water ripple are complete word.
louder, I didn't hear you.
Now I was saying the hair and the water ripple, I think those two go together.
Yes, that's correct. They go together. But what is this helping us with in this section here? If you remember, like how how they came, the function and all that stuff. There's one when you say this is a W and an N, and then you had the N here. This the hair itself is W and N, and then you have the N here. So what is it doing? This.
I don't know the proper term, but it's basically it's kind of like spelling it out.
Yes, that's correct. That's the thing. So it's a phonetic complement. That's what I was looking for.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a phonetic complement now. But yeah, so let's see what, yeah, yes, and Jehudi gave it away. It's a compliment. Yeah. So where are we at step 4? We identified the direction, identify some glyphs and then some words. So now we are going through step 4, but now we need, because it's freestyle, so we have to kind of just read. And Senet Mika already told us we're going to start in the middle, somewhere here in the middle. So who wants to take it away? And then I'll just figure out how to scroll as we read. hopefully it's clear enough. I think, yeah, it's clear. So let me put this up here so it doesn't cover that. So we're starting from the middle. You can start either way, going either direction, but yeah.
Okay, I'll go.
Definitely gonna.
All right, go ahead. Who's that? That was is that Mika? Are you?
Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, I'll go the Wasir side.
Okay, so this side.
Yeah, so we have
I need to, yeah, go ahead.
so we have Hotep, D Nasut, Wasir, Khenti, Aminti.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you said Hotep and then Wasir,
Mm-hmm.
Kenti.
Khenti, Aminti.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Netcher AI
Mm-hmm.
and should be a Neb Abju. Okay, well, so Abju.
Yeah, that's Mika's word right there.
Mm-hmm. Abju, and then we have Niut. No, not Niut. Yeah, Niut. When Nefer,
Mm-hmm.
Neb Ta Jesser.
Okay. And then let's go.
Tar Jesser.
Yeah, Neb Ta Jesser. Oh, I said something different. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I thought that's what you said.
Yeah, I thought I said Neb Ta Jesser.
Okay.
And it should be a Neb. It should be a Neb up top, right?
Yeah, but you know how those some inscriptions exclude some things and
Mm-hmm.
things that are, you know, add extra but take away. But so okay, so if we stop at should we continue or do you want to? Okay, let's just go through that whole thing, that whole line.
So we're at Neb Ta Jesser.
Yeah, so you finished at Tajesser.
Mm-hmm. And we have DF.
Mm-hmm.
Beeret Geru Ta Hinkwet. Hinket.
Mm-hmm.
Ka Aped.
Mm-hmm.
Inkani.
Mm-hmm.
Sahimsha.
Yeah.
And that looks like, oh yeah, it has to be Ma'acheru.
Okay, so so Chris just did all, you know, 50% of that. So let's
Okay,
Sis.
you did that.
I did. Did the whole thing. Anyway, so yeah, he just read it like it was English. But so what does that mean though?
All right. Okay. So we're gonna do the translation now. Or we're gonna wait and do the other side, or somebody else is gonna.
I mean, since it looked like it was a complete thought, we could actually just do it, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have an offering that the king gives Wusir,
Mm-hmm.
Foremost of the Westerners,
Mm-hmm.
the great Netcher of Abju, who was city of Abjut. Oh wait, Abju.
Yes.
City of Abju.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Winnefer,
Mm-hmm.
Lord of the Sacred Land.
Mm-hmm.
He gives an offering, a voice offering, or I guess a vocation of bread and beer.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say cow, or oxen and bird, bird, fowl.
Yeah.
To the Ka of Sehimsha, true of voice.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, that's neat. That's really good. Alrighty.
Yeah, that's what's
Oh, somebody said, why are some panel members whispering? Let me in on the secret. Who's whispering? Okay. Okay, but that was really excellent. So we finished half of it, increased did a whole half. So who wants to go through the next part? So we have this part starting from here. Let me flip this again. So we're going this way. So
Oh, it's quiet. Need some Jeopardy music.
okay.
I thought the mic went off.
No, I was waiting for somebody to do the next part, but we could do the next part. So I'll take just a few. So you have so if we start from that Hotep Dinasu, and then in this here we have Inpu. Yeah, and then Ju-F, Tep Ju-F, and then Imiwat. And then Neb, Sep. And then you have Kenti, like St. Chris had said. And then the next glyph will be, I think that's the hand Netcher. And then Neb. And then I will leave it there because while I think about how to pass the other one. So I'll leave it there.
Say that. I know that glyph with the Netcher flag and the or standard and the house. That's tent, right? In English, is that the tent or embalming house or something?
It's like a shrine or something like that.
Okay. What's the transliteration of that?
Seher will be S and then uppercase H.
Okay.
And then Netcher. Yeah.
Seher, Netcher. Can you scroll down, scroll up some? I can't see the rest of it. There we go. Okay. So is that Neb Neb requer? Neb
Requer.
requer.
Rec something, yeah.
Requer.
So okay, so we'll just say rec. We'll leave it blank and then go to the next one and then come back and figure it out. Then you have DF.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Hotepu. And then Jafau. Neb. Inka Ni. Inka and then Ni on the side, yeah. And then you have Sehem Shah. And then Maakiru. And that's it. So only iffy part is that middle part there. Care, rec, not sure.
Is that the placenta or is that the
Could be the sign, the placenta. We don't have any of those to even try to compare. So but I would, the closest we could try to guess from now is try to figure out, because clearly we have Inpu's epithets, and then he gives. So so that could be part of the epithets. So I don't know if he has any epithets to do with Ra or Rek, but yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it's the only thing we know is part of the epithet, going through how the standardization of the offering formula kind of goes. So
Yeah,
that's all I can offer.
Right. Lord of something.
Yes, yeah. Neb Reker, Rek or Reker Ra was something.
It's Rek Rare, and it is a part of the necropolis. So it's a place. So that circle is most likely the 049, although it's probably damaged. You know, the possibilities would be the N5, the placenta, or 049.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so to clean it out, the translation, if we go back to the top. So the an offering the king gives Impu, who is on top of his mountain. And then Imiwat, was it the embalmings? What was it? The embalmed one, or somebody help on the panel. I forget what Imiwat.
I was saying it's kind of like a Nisbe, right? One who is of his flesh or something, one who is, I know that's the flesh, the lump of flesh at the end, right? After the bread loaf. So one who is of the flesh, or pertaining to the flesh. I guess that would be an embalmer, right? One pertaining to the flesh, or
yeah, something like that. And then Lord of Sapat, and then foremost of the shrine, and then Lord of that place over there, what's about Jao said, Lord of place X. And then yeah, if we scroll down a bit, and then yeah, he gives offerings and provisions, all offerings and provisions, because it's Neb. And then for the car of Sehem Shah, true voice.
Yeah, this here is a popular epithet of Enpu, and it's Imi Wet, which means who is in the wet, and the wet is the mortuary.
Yeah.
Where embalming and everything takes place. And so we have Netcher is the divine booth. There. And so you'll see these associated with Enpu a lot. And sometimes I believe with Wapwawet.
Yes, that's good.
Seva, and what's the other word again? Give us a little bit of info on that. The requerer.
Yeah, this is a place in the necropolis. And so Enpu is the lord of this particular place. It's a section in the necropolis. So he's the one who is upon his hill, and he is the one in the mortuary, and he's the foremost of those in the divine booth, and he's lord of this portion of the necropolis. So Enpu has it going on.
To you.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why the underneath the hotep has got the 3 strokes?
To you, yes. Hetepu are offerings. So it's that's a plural determinative. So speaking about offerings.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. And so some of this comes with familiarity because Emiket said this was Jafau, and it's not always spelled out. So you would have to be a little familiar with offering formulas to kind of recognize that this is the word for provisions. So offerings and provisions. Hetepu Jafau Neb, all offerings and provisions. And so that will have to come, that will come with a little bit of familiarity and practice. Because looking at it is just deaf. Somebody would transliterate it as Jeff, capital D-F, Jeff. Like, oh, I know Jeff down the street. Okay. No, but this is Jafau. And what that does, it allows the offering formulas to be shortened up. Instead of making a very long list of different things, they would just say provisions. And I just want to say this while we're on this offering formula. It is not in this offering formula, but just a little teaching moment about cannibalism. Someone earlier today asked a question about cannibalism in Kemet and so on. And so I could only be short in addressing their question, but I'll just say a few things right now. Is that in these offering formulas, well, let me ask the panel. When we start listing the things that are being provided, what do we say? Does anybody remember? Just kind of recite that part.
DF Peret Keruti and Cat Ka Pet Chess and Cat.
Keep going.
Chess and Cat Nabet Neferet Wabet and Cat Netcher M.
Okay, what's that? So now translate
The whole thing I said
to you.
Okay, so voice offering of bread, beer, ox, fowl, linen and alabaster, and all things good and pure in which a God lives.
Okay, that's the point there. Notice how all those things offered, and then they say everything good and pure on which a God lives. And that line right there ties into the metaphoric nature of cannibalism. So you have a cannibal hymn in the tomb of King Winis. People say Unis or Unis, but it's Winis, and it's pyramid text of Winis. And in that tomb or pyramid text, there are portions where it deals with cannibalism. And so that is where this is coming out of and coming from, because the things that are metaphorically eaten are for a God to live upon in order to survive and traverse the duat and the so-called afterlife and things like that. So I just wanted to kind of do a FYI and let everybody know the connection between that. So it's metaphorically spoken of in the pyramid text. They weren't eating people and things. So, that's another thing that will probably come up on the YouTube streets, but I wanted to tell everybody first. So if you hear it or when you hear it, you can say, oh, no, that's metaphor. Because what it is that, and we see it in all the different offering formulas. Anket Netcher, all that upon which a God lives. Anket Netcher Im. All right.
All right.
That's not to say that cannibalism never existed on the continent in ancient times, or even in the area of Egypt. So I don't want people to misconstrue what I'm saying, but cannibalism was never a tradition in Kemet. All right. It's not a tradition.
That's just another misnomer that got people messed up. Like they call it the Book of the Dead.
Right.
Bad naming.
Exactly.
And people take it and run with it.
It's not the Book of the Dead. We understand why they named it, because it was a book found with dead people, but it's not and actually it's nothing, it's really nothing wrong with the name. It's just what people do with it. Because the book of the dead, because of is a possessor. And so it's a book that's possessed by the dead. And that's true, because it's found in the tomb with dead people, so they own it. They own it. It's with them. So the book of them, of the dead.
And that,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I would say, but people interpret it as if dead people are actually going to read it, though. And that's where it gets a little crazy.
Yeah, I remember.
Nobody's reading.
I remember I had mentioned that earlier, and I'll say it again, because Egyptologists use that not to be disingenuous. It's just because it's more common.
Oh, so, you mean the title, Book of the Dead?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and there's nothing wrong.
They're not, just to back it up, like how you say when you spoke on Nefertari, they're not going to come out and say Atmos Nefertari, and they're just going to say Nefertari to keep it short and simple and for the late to know.
Yeah. Well, with that one, there's different Nefertaris. So you got Atmos Nefertari, then you have Nefertari Mary or Mary Amen. So they're actual different women named Nefertari. So that's distinction should be made, actually. Like if you just say Nefertari, then you could be talking about any one of them. And then people get Nefertari mixed up with Nefertiti. So you got Nefertiti and then Nefertari. And so those distinctions should be clear, So, what we do, we try to be precise and surgical. So we, if there's any potential ambiguity, we try to make sure we eliminate that. So I just wanted to say that. So I don't know if you all went through the left-hand side, but I see you did the right-hand side.
Yeah, St. Chris, chewed that up, the whole thing, real easy. But yeah, but also to speak on the misnomer for the Book of the Dead. If you look on the papyruses, like especially like the one we've gone through a lot is the Papyrus of Ani, and where the title actually comes in is in red. So just to kind of note that, and we talked about that on Wednesday, where the headings or the titles are usually like in red. So if you look at the papyrus, you'll see that actually the title of the book is in red, which is Ru Nu Peret Em Heru. So yeah.
Okay, I want you all to see the same image, but I flipped it 180 so that you all can see it's upside down now to us because the glyphs were read properly, but now it's upside down. But you'll notice that the now that I put it this way, you could probably see what's going on. You can see that water is it's being poured out of these jars and draining down here going this way. And you can see the ka or ox, head. You see some other provisions. You see the leg, bread. You see the hotep, the large hotep glyph, which is a mat, and bread loaf. Okay, so just wanted to show that right side up. So, and you can see the two jars here. All right, and some kind of fruits and things like that.
Yeah, that ox head is very real, scary too.
Yeah, it even has the around the eyes, the lines around the eyes, lines in the ears. And if we're gonna say bread and beer, this is a lot of beer being poured. I said water or liquid. But anyway, I just wanted to flip that so you all can see how that is. And then write the way that we read it. Yes. All right.
I've seen some of these where it ends at the tip, they get carved out like a spout, like liquid or something might have actually been poured down there or something.
Yeah.
Is there some usage for these?
Right. Yeah. And today we have libation rituals and ceremonies where people pour libation, and you pour things out, but liquid was poured and it would drain out of this. But I want to point out something else here is now I don't know if you all pointed this out, but up here at the top, there's some symmetry going on. It's sort of symmetry. What would you consider in the middle of this top row? What would you consider the middle in terms of the glyphs?
A piece of bread, some bread.
No, I mean, out of all these glyphs, what would you consider the glyph or glyphs plural that are in the middle in terms of symmetry?
When you look on the outside, you see the hotep symbols on the outside. So I would say that the suit or right in the middle, if you had to pick a group.
Yeah.
Okay, Tiu, that's correct. And the way you right, so you see what starts to repeat and then what doesn't.
And it's actually smart because usually you find like one glyph to be at the center, but here you have those two. And with what we've seen in the other readings that we've done, you would have those two where sometimes you would also have like graphic transposition going on and sometimes not. So either way, wherever you start on this, it will work with both systems. So I think that was kind of smart looking at it like that.
Yep.
I was wondering how they picked which way for it to start though, because it's almost symmetrical. Like, why didn't it go the other way? Because you see the Sesh plant top is leaning to the right, and then the D on the left of it. Like they could have switched it and put it the other way, but I was wondering if there was some reason why they didn't.
Okay, that's a good question. And when in doubt, they favored the right. So there's your answer. Because remember, what they call in hieratic was written from right to left.
Dua.
So they favor right. They favor right to left.
I'm still not clear on your point that you were trying to make as far as the center portion where the arrow is. I'm not clear on the point you were making.
Okay. So okay, let me back up.
I think the arrow is throwing them off. We were discussing it.
I'm here. I'm sorry if the arrow was throwing you off, but I got to go back a little further. So when you see glyphs written in columns on two sides of something, usually there's some symmetry going on. And so let's see if this one has it.
Then the top.
Yeah, okay. All the way at the top. all the way
Right
home.
here. What's I don't know if y'all can see I guess you can't see my cursor. Let me put an arrow here. Here. So if you look at this, Behudet, and you see this glyph in the center, and then I have some other ones that are probably more popular. Let's see if this one has one. And no, it does not. Oh, this one has one as well. So this is a good one. We went over this. Just real quick, just to catch things up. So 7A right here is symmetrical. And actually this one doesn't favor, when it's symmetry, it doesn't favor the right. It actually doesn't. This one actually does not favor the right. But let me see if I can put. But this itty pot is meant to be read twice for both sides, coming this way and this way.
Oh,
And so you have hati on both sides, and that's one. And there's a lot of other examples I just don't have readily available to show. But so the point being is that there's symmetry involved when you have, let's see if this one does it. Don't quite see it here either. But there are several. I just don't have any queued up. Maybe this one. Okay, this one does, but it's not necessarily a word here. So notice here you have Unk, we have Behudet, again, Netcher A, DF Unk. And over here you have the same thing, Behudet, Netcher A, DF Unk. So this is a repeat. It's like a mirror. And then in the middle, you'll have something that will be single. So you have doubling over here, what is mirroring, and then you have something in the middle that will be single. And notice that you have a DS, and then you have the name in the middle.
And then underneath it,
Underneath you have the Unk, and then you have Mary on both sides of it. And then the entire image is symmetrical, because over here you have the Heru name, they're identical.
okay.
he got a wall scepter on the right side, on the end of his arm.
Yeah, a Wa scepter there, just a Unk there, and then here you have Seneb Neb, and over here you have Awud Neb. So it's saying something different there, but overall there's symmetry going on. And they were good at doing that. Here's the actual piece, and it's a redrawing of it so you can see it clear. So yeah, I was just pointing that out. And so you'll see a lot of that, especially in doorways and openings, entrances, doorways, etc.
Got it. Thank you.
Back. All right, no problem. Let's go back down to that. All right. So yeah, that's just wanted to point that out. Yes. So what is the chat saying? Were there any questions in the chat? Anybody join the panel besides Brother Danny or Donnie? Nope, nobody else joined.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is.
Freestyling is scary.
They're just nervous. They know you guys got your stuff together, so
Yeah, but see, the thing is, this is a safe place though. Like, it's no need to be nervous. I understand that, but we've been doing this for a while, for a long while.
Wednesdays. Yeah, on Wednesdays. But yeah, Fridays, Freestyle Friday, everybody kind of let your hair out, and if you make a mistake, it's okay. It's freestyle, so that's why we call it Freestyle Friday.
Right. We haven't cracked open the book. So we all gonna make mistakes. But let me make this clear though. Freestyle Friday, you know, we do this. It's an exercise. It's fun. And it also allows you to see how far you've come and how far you have to go in this type of study, you know. So it's like all of that wrapped up into one. But you don't want to stop here. You don't want to you do a freestyle and then just end and say, hey, I did it. This is only for exercise purposes. So what should happen after this is then you crack open the books and you check yourself. You crack open the dictionaries, you crack open the glyph list or sign list. You double check what you freestyled about, and then you complete it. You give a more complete analysis. And even then, you're likely not done, because you could put it away at that point, but then you may come revisit it a month later and say, all right, let me fine tune my translation. So, you know, this people have to have an open mind doing this kind of work and everything. So that has to be understood. All right.
Gotcha. Do you have a recommendation for a signed book?
Yeah, any of our publications, we have the sign books in the appendix, all of the glyphs.
And all the books?
Yep. So in the beginner's introduction, in the rebuttal book, and in the penmanship.
Okay.
And the glyph list is also on the website, on Netcher.com, so that you could always access that on the road whenever you are.
Right. Yep. If you don't have the book in your hand or whatever, it's on the website. That's the whole full sign list. People like to call it the sign list, but you know, when you start getting into the nitty gritty of this study, you'll find out that a sign is something different. And so I lean away from calling it a sign list, even though that's what you'll see. So I'll use that interchangeably. I'll switch it up. Just it's a glyph list. The glyphs are not really signs. Okay. A sign is something different, which is important to know, but it's different. All right. So, but yeah, so if anybody's in the chat now, just join. The link to get on the panel is pinned at the top of this chat on YouTube. So if you want to come in and have a conversation, freestyle is pretty much done. I think you all said that pretty much done with that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a good one.
Okay, so that means I can take this image down.
Joe.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Could you elaborate a little bit on the cops trying to find some information on it, the Hepish leg being viewed as, what is it, a star constellation?
Yeah, it is. It does represent a constellation, a pattern of stars. So first, let's understand what a constellation is. And I know we all are familiar with some constellations. I know when I was growing up, I was fascinated. I was an astronomy guru at the time. Boy, I had a star map. I had my telescope. You know, I could recognize on any given night the Big Dipper, Little Dipper, the North Star, Polaris, because the handle of the pot, the two stars, it lines up directly to Polaris, which is the star in the handle of the Little Dipper, all of that good stuff. But one thing that we have to understand is that I always understood this, and I was kind of shocked that people talk about it as if this is not the case. But anyway, those star constellations are an illusion. The stars that create the constellations are nowhere near each other in reality. They're light years apart from each other. They only create that pattern because of our vantage point from the earth, looking up at the sky. But those stars themselves, they're not near each other. Like, for example, the 3 stars in Orion's belt that a lot of people talk about, those stars are not near each other. just from our vantage point, they're three in a row. They look like they're close together in a row like that. But man, those stars are light years apart from each other. And so when people talk about um something coming from this constellation or a constellation, because it's a constellation, it sends energy that will affect people on the earth and stuff like that. Once you understand astronomy or astrophysics a little bit better, that kind of talk will kind of fade away a bit. You kind of got to get a little bit more in tune with what's the reality behind all of that good stuff. But anyway, I said that to say that the pattern in the star that represents the I believe it's one of the dippers, is the Kapesh in the astronomical text, not in all the text. So when you see this leg, it's not always that, but in text dealing with astronomy, it would correspond or relate to a constellation. And I believe it's in the tomb of Senwasuret the third, or one of the kings, where you have a very, very good star map. And I can see it in my head, but I forget what tomb it is and exactly. I'm sure somebody in the chat should know. But so I mean, there's nothing really else to say. So in the astronomical text and things like that, you will see this leg here representing, and I believe it's one of the dippers.
So in this scene here now, is this Hepish leg talking about a star constellation or actual leg of meat?
This is an offering meat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is meat right there. It's a lot of it. It's not a star constellation. Now, I'll give you a clue to how you know to differentiate, is that in astronomical text, you'll see stars, you'll see a lot of the word pet and things like that. This right here is an offering formula. It is actually sitting on an offering table. The actual artifact itself is in the shape of the Hotep symbol. It has some other items, edible items on the table, bread and things you could drink and stuff like that. So if anybody thinks this is a star constellation, they have definitely out of tune with what they actually see. And that's that could be a problem. Some people do that. They don't use context and the context clues around them to kind of help shape their interpretations and what meaning is being conveyed. So for somebody to see this and say it's a star constellation, that would be off.
Still, somebody will.
Oh, I'm sure. And Chris probably knows somebody that did it. That's why he asked. Yep. So, but yeah, that's the thing. And we have to realize that every time we talk about ancient Egypt, there's no such thing as ancient Kemet. Well, I ain't gonna say there's no such thing, but it's redundant to say ancient Kemet. And I know me personally, I make that distinction. So every time I say it, it's like it pops up in my head. You'll hear me say ancient Egypt, but then you won't hear me say ancient Kemet. I'll just say Kemet. I don't have a need to put ancient on that one, whereas I do for Egypt. Even though Kemet and ancient Egypt, I'm talking about the same thing, but I make that distinction because Egypt is still called Egypt today, the Arab Republic of Egypt today. So when we talk about Kemet, you got to say ancient Egypt, not today, but ancient, But when you say Kemet, it's already implied that you're talking about ancient. You see? So that's why I do that. I just figure I'll let you all know.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that's a little bit of method to my madness right there. But but what I was gonna say is that we have to realize that Kemet existed as a polity for 3,000 plus years.
Mhm.
Okay. And when we talk about it, we tend to talk about it as if it's just like something quick. And we don't really realize how long 3,000 years it is, how long that is for a society. And so what we should, kind of keep in mind is compare that to the United States of America. The United States of America was
1794.
17 what America in its form of today started roughly 277 years ago, whatever, however long ago. So this what do you call it, confederacy that we call the United States of America right here is very, very brief compared to 3,000 years. So the people on the Nile and the Nile Valley and its delta, they formed a confederacy that lasted over 3,000 years, whereas us here now today, there was a confederacy formed, and it only lasted, it's less than 500 years. And even though the numbers are a big difference, 3,000 versus 500, but look at how much changed in those 500 years. Go all the way back to civics and American history, right? From George Washington, the colonies, the 13 colonies, George Washington being the first president, and the Civil War, all those things, the Boston Tea Party, all those things we learned in school. Just think about how much has changed from then until now, just here in this country. But then you go into another country, kingdom, that lasted 3,000 years. Just imagine how much change would have occurred in that time, or how much change was resisted. We can go either way with it. But my point, though, is that we have to understand not to take these things lightly, and to be more realistic. These are real people with real problems, with real solutions, with real genius, and all of that. You got Ramses, Waser Ma'at Ra Satepin Ra, that Ramses the II, or Ramses the Great, that particular Ramses, whose father was Seti the First, that Ramses lived to be about 90 years old. Think about it. He ruled for a very long time. We have presidents that are only 4 years in office, and 8 if they get reelected, but a maximum of 8 years. You got kings that ruled decades until they were old. And back then, 90 years old is like, that's a deity ship right there. To live to be 90. I'm just saying this because we talk about it so lightly, and I just always try to keep myself in check by thinking about this from time to time. Like, man, these are real people in this kingdom that had 2 different environments, the Delta and the Valley. They had to defend, they had to trade, they had to live, they had to work, they had to prosper, they had to philosophize, they had to, all, everything. Went to war, married, divorced, build, destroy. I mean, for 3,000 years, 3,000 years. 3,000 years, man. Anyway, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to put some more reality on it. And let me take this thing. I think it's locked on my screen. So let me remove that so you all can talk. But yeah. So anyway, I just want to kind of bring things back down to earth with Kemet, because a lot of people romanticize Kemet. They want to think about chakras, they want to think about crystals and vibrations, as if the ancient Egyptians or the Remich sat around in an Indian style, humming all day with the palms up, looking at the sun and just spacing out a bit. Now, these people were hard workers. They were genius collectively. And that's what we need to tap into. All of this fussing is completely irrelevant. Like, people think they're doing something by arguing whether Namir is Nimrod, or whether Egypt is a gay society, or whether they really believed in the underworld and all these other topics. It's like, when are people going to start tapping into the genius of the people?
Yeah.
Like, tap into the mind of the people, because obviously they were brilliant. They were brilliant, and not just them, other cultures, same thing. But Kemet, fortunately for us, Kemet put their, see, here's a difference. There are other cultures that would be a contemporary or a rival of Kemet's greatness. But the difference is mainly because Kemet put its entire culture in a time capsule, a natural time capsule called the desert. And that desert and that atmosphere kept the culture preserved long after the people died off. Either they migrated away and died off, but the culture, the snapshot of the culture and everything was preserved underground, under the sand, and underground purposely. Some things not intentionally, some things intentionally. And that's what makes it stick out from all the other cultures. Because people like to talk about Kush, Napata, Meroe, quote unquote Nubia. They like to call that region Nubia. People want to talk about that, but the reason why a lot of people talk about Nubia, or they bring it up, is because it's not well preserved. And when you talk about something that is not well preserved, there's room to just make up stuff. But with Egypt, you can't do that. Kemet, you can't make up stuff because we have the records. So if you say something, hey, let's check the records. But as far as Nubia and everything, it's like, okay, we can make up whatever, and there's nothing compared to. Like, all right, I got to take your word for it. Oh, you want to, cite oral tradition? Okay. Now with Kemet, it's a well-documented culture. Probably one of the best documented cultures on the planet.
Well, isn't that starting to change a little bit? Because, I mean, I see a lot of, students and a lot of, college people doing research in Nubia and bringing stuff up to the forefront.
No. Nubia has a material culture. I mean, actually, there's no place called Nubia. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that there is no such place called Nubia. Nubia is actually a region, just like the Middle East. There's no place called the Middle East, but the Middle East is a region. And so Nubia is a region. And so I get it. I just always like to say that for clarity. But in the region of Nubia, yes, people are doing studies, which is south of Egypt and northern Sudan and southern Egypt. That area is called Nubia. Region is called Nubia. And so, yeah, there are people who are studying and bringing back material culture and things. So yes, like for example, there's more pyramids in that region than there is in Egypt. But when you hear people say that, they don't just say it that way. They'll say it as if those pyramids in that region are older than the pyramids in Kemet or Egypt. And that's just not true. They're way more recent than the pyramids in Egypt, but they're more in number, but they're not as old. And so you do have these things. But in terms of preservation of the culture, okay, here's the difference between archaeologists digging and finding material culture, the pottery, the tombs themselves, and items, material items, versus the actual writing, the actual papyri, the actual writing on the walls and things like that. That is where that's gold. That's golden, because the material culture will only take you so far. But the writing paired up with the material culture is a way more complete picture. And we don't have that to that extent from Nubia. But people talk about it as if we do, but we don't. And that's just a fact. Okay, Kemet, we have both. I mean the museums. I mean, there's so much of Kemet that's available that is split into several museums on different continents. The British Museum, the Louvre in France, the Cairo Museum that's still there, the American the Met Museum, Metropolitan whatever museum, the one in Pennsylvania, I believe it's something in Chicago. It's a lot, you know. So anyway, I just want to say that we always have to, you know, keep ourselves in check and admire the genius and tap into it, but keep it real at the same time, not to romanticize things. You know, these are people that had a well-structured civilization. It had its bumps and bruises, but it was well organized, well structured at a time when organization was nearly impossible. Nearly impossible. Think about that. The Nile Valley and Delta covers a certain square mileage, right? They didn't have the telephone. They didn't have postal service where they could send a message or text message each other to be in sync as a society. See, today we have TV. Everybody could be on board on the same page today easily because we have the internet, we have TV, we have radio. You know, a lot of people can find out what's going on and be synchronized. But in ancient times, none of that was there. So the question is, how did they synchronize the citizens, the people of that entire area that we know as Kemet? How did they do that?
I would say they had an undeniable culture, and everybody wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah, but that's okay, that's great. But how did they unify the people and keep them unified? Okay, I'll give you an example. Something kicks off in Mennefer, what most people know as Memphis. Something kicks off up there. How do people down in Abju or down in Elephantine or, you know, these other areas, how do they keep in sync with that?
Well, you keep people in place. That's their job.
No, but I'm saying, how would they know? Like how, like that's easy to say, but how would they do it? You know how far Memphis is from Elephantine?
No, I don't.
What they going? They go. What they going? Just they gonna grab a can. They gonna grab a can of Gatorade, a bottle of Gatorade, and just start running. What are they gonna do?
They're gonna send Heru flying at 280 miles an hour.
Oh yeah, it was swoop down and
it might have took a couple of days, but you know, you get your message out.
Yeah,
bad example. Bad example.
But think about it. Even if you have people in place, like, you know, what can those people do when that happens? You know, other than you know.
Bad example on my part, but like, how do people get their message across in prison? They send kites. It takes a few days, and this person does that. You know what I'm saying? So
no, but listen. Prison is all within a certain space. I'm talking about miles. Listen, I'm talking about like where you live at. What state are you in? Texas, right?
Yeah, Texas. Yeah.
Okay. Now you're not passing no kite from Houston to El Paso or Dallas. You know, I don't even know the names of some cities except for Dallas and Houston. But you're not gonna pass a kite from Dallas to Houston.
I ain't never been, and I ain't trying to go, but I would say they could get stuff like that done
I
because it's
know,
getting done.
I know, but see, there's a difference between being able to do something versus it being effective and efficient. You know, because what I'm talking about is the tightness of communication that had to be in place to keep a civilization and maintain a civilization for over 3,000 years. And all the examples we're giving right now would not be able to produce that.
So what do you say?
Yeah, that's for another conversation. I'm just putting it out there now, but we can have a conversation about how they did it. I'm just throwing the question out there because these what my point was is that that's the kind of interest people should have versus whether the Egyptians were gay or something. You know, those silly arguments and focus that some people have. We should be tapping into the genius because here's the thing. However they did it, we could use that wisdom now to unify a large group of people and to keep them unified for over 3,000 years over a large area of geography. That's a miracle.
Yeah, because if you think about it, like even just with the if we just go to the continent, and this is applicable to just any other continent around the world, but if you go to the African continent itself, like even the tribes that we know today and the cultures that we know today, they're very young compared to those 3,000 years we're talking about. So where you have like people, you know, there will be splits. There's not that unity, like to be unified for that long period of time. I mean, that's, yeah, like Guja was saying, that's like something that we need to be like researching how that was possible, because all these tribes we see, all these cultures we see, and even, you know, like they're not even like 500, 1,000 years old, you know, and then you have these people who were able to keep it tight for like 3,000 years. Like that is something amazing.
It is.
That's amazing, and let alone the achievements. You know, I'm just saying the basic unity. That's just real shallow, but the achievements. Now we can get into how, you know, there's plenty of things that we know of how it's not any one thing, but it's a combination of many things that we could talk about that. But I'll give one example right now, but it deserves its full conversation really. But believe it or not, the way that a community of people keeps time is also the same way that same community stays in sync. So the calendar, for example, is a unification tool, because the moment you get a group of people to keep time in the same way, because think about it, unification has a lot to do with synchronicity. And if all of us on this panel wanted to do something, before we leave this panel, if we wanted to do it at the same time, before we leave the panel, what we would have to do, we would have to synchronize our watches first, because my watch may be a little different than yours and so on and so forth. But before we leave, let's sync them first. And now we know we're on the same time. Same thing. Then we leave, and then we know at 12 midnight, boom, we're all going to do the same thing. So timekeeping is a unification tool. And people know that. That's, you know, that's basic.
Just
so
like today.
Say it again.
Same as today. Same thing too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The calendar that we use today, the time, that's why they had to create time zones, the time zones, and the monetary system, because which creates a standard value system, because if everything had a different value based on different people, then it would be chaos. So the monetary system, which is really a value system, timekeeping system, all these different things are tools of unification. And that's 2. And on top of that, 3 would be your structure of your gods. Every culture has gods, whether they call them that or not. That gets into another whole conversation. But their structure of gods and everything, it's how you do it. So I'll give you an example with that. And like I said, everything I'm saying, we could expound on a full conversation that I do look forward to having in the future. I just need more people to, kind of get caught up and kind of let go of the silly stuff. Trying to find slavery and trying to find, Sumerian and biblical characters in Egypt and all that kind of stuff. But man, I haven't said that. I just now forgot what I was going to go, where I was going to go with what I was going to say.
You were going to give another example of how they Kemet maintained, or Egypt maintained their, how they did it for so long.
Oh yeah, I was going to give an example. Yeah, an example. So, like right now we have, okay, I'll just give an example. And my example is bouncing off the conversation that we would have to have about deities of cultures. So today we have Android and iOS operating systems for mobile devices, right? Android, we got the Google Play Store, and iOS, we got Apple, the App Store. All right. Those are operating systems. If you're going to develop any practical application, you have to choose one of those 2 platforms. And if you choose, or both, but your programming, your app code and everything like that is going to have to conform to one of those platforms or both. You publish it on Apple Store, you publish it on Google Play Store for Android. So what that does, the platforms themselves, that protocol is what synchronizes everybody who develops an app. So the deities are like an operating system in that sense, so that it keeps everybody in sync. No matter what they do, they're doing it for the operating system. And it keeps everybody in line. So that's all I'm going to say about it right now. But there's a whole lot to that. And it keeps people organized. But a lot of people looking at these gods and deities as something spooky and this and that, man. And doing that, they miss what these deities really are, what they really represent, and how important they were. There would be no Kemet if it weren't for their gods. Just wouldn't be. We wouldn't be talking about it.
So just if I was to just play devil's advocate, were they using their gods for control?
Yeah. All gods are used for control. There's nothing wrong with control. See, people look at control like it's something wrong, but it's not. It's like this. You live in Texas, you drive a car, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'm sure you've been on a road where it's a 2-lane road in 2 different directions. There is one lane going one way and the other lane going the other way, right? Now, what is to stop anybody from just head-on collisions? There's a yellow line or a white line in the middle of the road. So, but check this out. Nobody looks at that yellow line or that white line as control. But yet it is there controlling traffic. But it's not looked at as control or anything negative. It's actually looked at as positive. Because if it rains and that yellow line or white line is faded, you in trouble because you can't hardly see and people start driving slow. So people want that line and they put those reflectors on the street now They got more reflectors on it so you can see your lane. You can stay in your lane. Those lanes are on the road and they control traffic, but nobody looks at that as negative or that form of control as negative. That's the same as these gods in that sense. It's not nothing negative. So yes, the gods are there to control. They're there to control and steer and guide the population. That's what they do. That's part of what they do many things. That's one of the things that they do. Traffic lights the same way. A traffic light controls traffic. It controls people. So much so that it's timed. You know, traffic lights in any given city, they're timed. They control you. Like they don't want a pile up of cars at one light, so they time them. They look at the frequency of traffic and they change those timing systems for quite often. I forget how often, depends on the density of the city, but they change those. Those traffic lights are on a timer, a purpose timer, like not just one traffic light, but they're in tune with each other on any given street. Like I remember I'm from DC and my grandfather lived in Baltimore. And I remember when I go to see him, visit him, and I don't know what street it is in Baltimore, and I don't even know if it still does it, but there is a street in Baltimore that if you catch one green light and you go a certain speed, all the lights in front of you are going to be green. Like you'll catch every light green, going all the way up. But you have to go at a certain speed and you got to catch that first one. And my grandfather showed me, you know, I remember him doing it, you know. And so they're controlling. So anyway, I'm saying that to say that yes, deities are made to do many things, and one of those things is to control. I did a presentation on prayer, worship, adoration, and all those buzzwords that people like to use, and define them properly in relationship to these deities and things, so that people would know really what was going on. Because people misinterpret worshiping a deity and what that is. They think it's like groveling on the floor and you know, getting on your knees and hands and knees and stuff like that. No, that's not what these things are. You know, praise. What is praise? You know, I did a whole presentation on it, you know, and as a matter of fact, I need to find it because I don't think it's on this channel. I did it on Facebook. I may just do it again, but it's very important for us to know what is praising, what is worshiping, what is veneration, what are these things, and what is veneration? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, can you peruse through that real quick, or it's too much?
I'm sorry, I didn't. You breaking up? Say it again.
Can you go through that real quick, or is that too much? Because you know the veneration, worship, in a nutshell, is that something you could go through real quick, or no?
No, I don't like the microwave, but I'll give you one. Praise. So to praise something is to give it value. Like when you are gonna buy or sell a house, you have to get an appraisal.
Mm-hmm.
And appraisal and praise, they all come from the same word that has to deal with value. And so you give something value. To worship something is really worthship. Worthship it's to see the worth in something. So these deities are set up in such a way that they are a value system, because they all go together and connect. They interconnect, they interrelate, forming a system of value. And the deities would be at the top of that value ladder or hierarchy. And so when you praise them or worship them, you're actually giving them a level of importance or worth. And so this is something that is worthy of worship. And it's basically saying something that is important. And we have to understand that in societies where there were no writing, they had to create this system for the memory of the people, because there was no way to document knowledge and pass it on to the next generation on paper or in writing, because there was no such thing as writing. So they had to do it in the language itself. And so these deities will represent containers to store information of value and of worth. And by it being very, very important and very, very valuable, they are praised high. And so you get things like the Most High, the one who's worthy of praise, etc. Like in the Muslim world, they have 99 attributes of Allah. Allah, El Mu'min, or what is the one for praise? Like the word Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad, his name means one who is, they say it means one who is praised, but that's a contradiction, because they say Allah is only worthy of praise. Like one of his 99 attributes is El Muhaimu or something, I believe. Allah El Muhaimu. And it means, so if he's the one that's worth praise, then Muhammad must mean one who praises, not one who is worthy of it, but one who gives it. And anyway, I'm just saying that these deities are a hierarchy. And so they're the top of the food chain in any given area of life that they govern. So every deity has a jurisdiction. And within that jurisdiction, the deity is the highest of value. Just like in the United States, every governor of every state is the highest official of that state. And that governor, like the governor of Texas, has a jurisdiction within Texas. But outside of Texas, that governor is just a regular guy. But in Texas, he has full jurisdiction and whatever. The deities are the same way, but instead of actually did have territories too. That's why you got the gnomes and the different deities that govern the gnomes or Sapat. But it was areas of life though. So for example, Sekhmet was the patroness deity over medical physicians.
Okay.
So all of the medical doctors, everybody that dealt with health, had her as their top, their top praiseworthy. And her name's
they have value. They have value in her.
Yeah. Heru is the top of the food chain when it comes to institution of kingship. That's why every king was Heru. Every scribe is has at the top of the food chain Jehudi. Jehudi is the patron deity over scribes. Sekhmet is the patroness deity over medical physicians. Heru is the patron deity over the institution of kingship. And we can go on and on and on about all these different deities.
Okay.
They weren't worship in the sense that a lot of people think. They weren't spooked out. These Egyptians, they were not that retarded to think that human beings had animal heads and all this other kind of stuff that we see.
Right.
So it's like taking certain attributes and then clothing those attributes to a deity, and then those attributes within different institutions, those people have to uphold those attributes or those values, and by way of the deity.
Exactly. That's what I got from it.
Yeah, so there's a lot to deal with. So, my thing is that we have only scratched the surface when it comes to Egyptian, ancient Egyptian genius, because everybody wants to focus on the very shallow surface stuff that gets real silly real quick. And I keep saying that because I've been dealing with this for quite some time, and I see the same arguments and conversations, and it just gets tired very quickly. And it would be a lot better if it was balanced by people who actually want to tap into the genius of the people. I mean, think about it. As much as Egypt is praised, ancient Egypt is praised and romanticized, you would think that people would be fighting tooth and nail to tap into that psychological genius that they had. But no, people are not even worried about that. People are worried about whether they can prove Jesus is Horus, or Nimrod is Namir, or Egypt had slavery. If so, what kind? Whether two brothers are gay, or or whether Egyptians had light bulbs and electricity in one temple, in one crypt, in one part of Egypt for the whole 3,000 years. They only have a light bulb. I mean, check it out. See, look how silly this is. People will look at the Temple of Het Heru in Dendera, right? There's a big temple there. In one crypt room. It's not even a room that's public, like facing to where regular people would see. It's in a crypt where parade artifacts are stored, were stored in ancient times. In this crypt, there's a picture that people interpret as light bulbs, and it's only there. It's nowhere else. And they try to say the Egyptians now, the whole kingdom, the Egyptians had electricity. Listen to this. Don't listen. If any ancient culture had a command of electricity, do you understand how different the ancient world would be? Like, do you understand how powerful? Like, I mean, come on. If the Egyptians really did have electricity and manipulated all of that stuff, like people pretend they, and say they did. I mean, come on. Do you think the Amu, or do you think the Egyptians would have had a thing called the 9 bows, the enemies of Egypt, if they had electricity? I mean, come on, man. I mean, do you think that they would hire the Magi, the mercenary army? Do you think that they would bring people into an army with bows, the pedge, which is the bow, or the set, which is the arrow?
Yeah, I'm slow with y'all, but I'm slow. But I would say, yeah, you still got to fight. I mean, what do I have electricity, and if somebody comes up on me wrong, you still got to handle yours. I mean, how
with a bow when you have electricity?
You know what I'm trying to say.
Wait a minute now. Hold up. You got electricity, and you still using sails for your boats and stuff? Listen. No matter how you slice and dice it, if an entire civilization had command of electricity, that civilization would look totally different to us. Like,
yeah, they'd probably dominate. Well, they were already I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying the what we're finding from Kemet does not reflect a civilization that had electricity. Period.
Yeah, it's like having a phone, and but then when you need to contact somebody, you're out there drumming and firing up smoke and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't make sense.
I'm not arguing that they had or anything like that. I'm just saying
Yeah. Now I understand what you're saying
Yeah,
though.
it was an if. If you did, like, you said, what would happen to your enemies? And I'm like thinking, like, even now, if you have electricities, you still got to fight. That doesn't change anything. That's where I was coming from.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but your tools of fighting will be different. That's the whole
that's
thing.
what I'm saying. Like, okay, let me make a more realistic one. Going from the Stone Age to the iron and metal and all that kind of stuff, right? The reason why archaeologists and people who study those different uh I guess eras of time, they they recognize a culture, whether it's a Stone Age culture or an Iron Age culture and so on and so forth, by their tools and weapons. So you're not going to stay in the Stone Age if your society can now manipulate and deal with metals. You're just not going to do that. So what I'm saying is, if the civilization of ancient Egypt had command of electricity, it would not be what it was. Like what we see wouldn't match. We would see something totally different. And anyway, I mean, my whole point though is that everything the Egyptians did have, we're not even tapping into that genius. We're worried about surface things.
Just basically
Yeah,
because all
but I think
people
is
do
that
is
we're
go ahead.
too busy projecting modern culture onto ancient culture. Because even like people worrying about why if there's a gay couple in the ancient Egypt, or if they're comparing them to Jesus and stuff like that, it's like I don't think that at that time those things kind of like matched. But regardless of that, it's still surface level stuff.
Yeah, it's just scratching the surface. And new people come in, that's what you're going to see, the surface. You have to scratch the surface to get below the surface. So I get that. But I'm talking about people who have been dealing with this stuff for years, that I personally have witnessed conversations, over a decade now. And they're still scratching the surface. I'm like, when you going to pull out the daggone jackhammer and and dig deep? You know what I mean? So
Yeah, like you
when you
speak
get
on
at
like
that
whatever.
backhoe, get the backhoe, get the bulldozer. Stop using a tablespoon to try to dig. Get the backhoe and dig deep under the surface, so we can really get to the genius, the heart of what made Egypt so great. Was the psychological framework, the people, the systems they had in place, the the totality of all of that. They had a genius system in place. And I always say it had its bumps and bruises, little kinks here and there, but I mean, man, the system was great for over 3,000 years.
I kind of want to, if you would allow me to, I kind of don't. I want to go back to that because to me it sounds like we're saying that, and I would I would agree with this. Uh, so you have a Stone Age, and what is the other age?
Oh, I was just saying Iron Age, Stone Age, Iron Age, Space
So
Age,
Bronze Age.
so,
Bronze
so
Age.
obviously one was superior to each other.
Yeah, you could say that.
One had to be better, right?
You could say that.
Okay. So if we're dealing with Kemet, was I prefer to say, um, if they were doing things like, uh, and maybe you might have heard this before, but not from me. But uh, if they were cutting stones, hard stones, to precision, then how obviously they were superior. So if you could do that, I would think you would have superior weapons too. You know.
Mhm. Yeah. So you have the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, and those like the three main ones that you hear people talk about. And so let's give dates to these, right? So the Stone Age is given the range of where these ages are further broken down, so I don't want to have this whole conversation about it. But you have the Paleolithic, and then all the different subdivisions of it. And I was just trying to give a range. So you have up to 10,000 BC Stone Age, and then you get down to the Paleolithic, the Mesolithic, which is from 10,000 BC to 8,000 BC. You have the Neolithic, which is from 8,000 to 3,000 BC. And from the Neolithic, the late Neolithic period is where you get quote unquote dynasty or pharaonic Egypt from. And then the Bronze Age picks up from 3,000 BC to 1,300 BC with metalworking and all that good stuff. And then you get the Iron Age, which was from 1,300 BC to 900 BC, and so on. So those are the prehistoric ages in those eras, like how they separate the ages like that. But anyway, my point though, if you're harnessing electricity and you are able to manipulate it, you're not gonna, it's gonna reflect in your culture like it does for us today. Just hands down. We're in a space age now, sending people and objects out there in space and making them return. We're not just shooting them up and then forgetting about it. We're putting things in space and bringing them back. We got continental ballistic rockets and all kinds of stuff now. So anyway,
No, I got you. I was just trying to deal with it in the context of how you were saying that how they managed and how they ruled for so long. They had to have something. That's what I'm going back to. That's why I'm saying all this. I'm not tripping off electricity. I'm not pseudo like that. I'm just trying to deal with it in the context of you saying, think about how they did it for as long as they did it and were some of the best to do it. So that's the context I'm thinking, and not the electricity thing.
Yeah, I only brought up the electricity thing because I was naming a few things that people want to focus on, and even those things just doesn't make sense. But they focus on those nonsensical things versus trying to tap into the genius there. But I also remember this, there's no one thing that Egypt did to make it what it was. So for example, Egypt, the geography of Egypt itself was a very good zone for civilization to thrive because it had natural borders. It had the mountain and hills and the deserts on the left and right of its territory. And then it had the Mediterranean Sea at the north of its territory. Then it had the cataracts at the southern parts of its territory. And it was positioned near a life-giving river. And yeah, just that alone was a very optimal prime place to be.
I get that.
So that helped out tremendously, because if you look at the history, the old kingdom didn't have as many wars or invading type of activities going on. If you study Kemet in terms of old kingdom, middle kingdom, late kingdom and stuff, if you study the difference between those, you'll see in the middle kingdom is when things kicked off a bit. And in late kingdom, as time went on. So those natural borders held up until people started to explore, try to get in on the goods, on the trade routes, and all this other kinds of things. Where Egypt was like, nah, we're not having it. So they had to expand their borders. They had vassal states, they had outposts and things like that they didn't have before. In the old kingdom, they didn't have those kinds of things, but then they found it necessary to have them. So the southern border expanded. That's why you have all the way down in Abu Simbel, where the southern border,
That's what I was saying. They had outposts. I didn't use the outpost word, but that's what I was saying.
Yeah. They developed it. They had to. That's what I'm saying. The culture was alive. They did.
I probably said lookouts or something like that, but
they did whatever was necessary at any given time. It wasn't a stagnant culture. It was very much alive. They made adjustments. It's just that it was a machine. It's like the human body. If one organ goes down, then even if the other organs are healthy, it's affected because the human body is a machine. Everything works, in tandem with each other. Everything works in sync. Everything is interrelated. And so the system that they set up, if something breaks down a major component, then you had this cascading effect if it's not repaired and things. And so Egypt had its moments. You have the intermediate periods as well to deal with. And then the restoration, like Mentuhotep II, I believe, is kicked off the Middle Kingdom. Ahmose Nefertari, who I spoke on, she's like the mother of the 18th dynasty, kicking off something. Queen. I said queen, and I tell people don't call her queen, but King Hatshepsut. Yeah, King Hatshepsut. Man, she is like people sleep on her. She has a lot of things under her belt.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, and Ramses, I mean, come on, Ramses is like probably the most decorated one. Ramses wasn't playing. Ramses wanted to make sure that he is known and remembered. Ramses had his name carved so deep into the stone, like you could probably put a pillow and take a nap in where his name is written. And to think about it, think about this. All these people we're mentioning, Ma'at Ka-Ra, who is Hatshepsut, Wasser Ma'at Ra Satepen Ra, who is Ramses II. We're saying their names, and the people in Egypt today, they have their bodies. So these people are living today in the minds of the living. Like they're not alive walking around or anything like that, but they're still existing, being remembered in the minds of the living. And we're still mentioning their names.
Indeed.
Do you understand? Okay, the population of Kemet. Kemet had a certain population of people. Do you understand the ratio of who we know lived in ancient Egypt versus who we don't know, that we know nothing about? That ratio is very lopsided. So there's way more people that lived in ancient Kemet Kemet that we don't know versus ones we do know. And so that's how, like when people interpret the afterlife being exclusive to the king, people will make that claim. The afterlife is exclusive for the king, and then later on it became democratized and opened up for the average Joe. But what that really is talking about is a result of the remembrance of people. And obviously, the further back in time you go, you're going to only remember the deeds of somebody who was very important and was widely known and renowned, because you can't know everybody in the past. But those people who stick out, those people who would stick out, like even right now, we don't know. Like, for example, if I say, all right, I'm gonna quickly say this right here. Black Panthers. Name somebody right now, real quick.
Huey, Bobby, all the women.
Nope. Don't be vague. I'm saying name. So you said Huey,
Huey, Bobby,
uh-huh.
Angela.
Okay.
Man, and I don't want to do the women like that, but there's so many. You can beat me up on that, but it's a lot.
You gotta say Fred Hampton. Come on, you can't say that.
Yeah, Fred Hampton.
Okay, now help me check this out. So let's just stop there, because I'm just using this as an example. Do you understand how many members the Black Panther Party had versus the names that we can remember? And so this is making my point, is that the people.
Huggins.
Say it again.
Huggins.
Okay, but here's the point. No matter how many names you give me, it's not going to be the full list of the entire Black Panther Party membership. The names that you're giving me are only the names of people that did certain amount of things to keep them remembered more widely. Okay, everybody will know Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale because they stick out. So that's a natural phenomenon of renownedism, if there was such a word. You know, people are renowned because of how they impact the community, and not everybody is going to do something that's going to be remembered by as many people for as long. And so that's what I'm saying. So when people say, okay, the afterlife, which is really the remembrance of someone in the minds of the living through perpetually, it's only going to be the important people. Do you know, like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., everybody knows and hears his name, but he had a staff. He had people around him, and nobody knows their names. I mean, we could probably dig deep and find out, but right now, nobody's remembering their names like that.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
So I'm saying the Egyptian kings, by their very nature, they're going to be remembered. Like right now, we can call off all the kings pretty much from dynasty 1 to 30. Because the records have provided them with an afterlife, because we remember them in our minds and we're alive today. But I'm saying, imagine all the people we don't know. Like, we don't even know whoever existed. Like they don't even exist to us. Now, obviously they existed, but we just have no consciousness of these people. Like around the world, we have almost 8 billion people in on the planet right now, alive on the planet right now. And since humans have emerged on the continent of Africa, which is approximately 300,000 years ago, so from 300,000 years to today, do you know how many people that we just do not know ever existed?
No, it happened to be a lot.
And think about it. If nobody who is alive remembers somebody who was dead, and I'm gonna say it again, if 8 out of the 8 billion people who are alive right now, if none of these people who are alive can remember a person who was once alive but dead, and therefore have no consciousness of their existence ever at all, then that person, the question is, does that person exist? Do they have an afterlife? It's like that tree, if a tree falls and doesn't make a sound, can you or
no, but you always make good points, Woodrow. But I kind of felt bad at the same time, because I know some of them brothers that done gave their lives, and I just can't remember them names, so I kind of feel bad right now.
And that's the thing. See, this is the beauty in Kemet, that scribes, even the scribal profession, there's a text called the Satire of Scribes that describes the scribal profession. And the scribal profession can be argued to have really made Kemet. I mean, put it this way, it was a very, very important integral part of Kemet, the scribal profession, to document and to record and to cement people in the record, and a lot of other cultures may not have had that opportunity, which is why we don't have those records. We don't know anything from anything. Like, for example, Nabta Playa, that area in southern Egypt, northern Sudan, I forget where it is. The community there doesn't have any specific documentation that we found, any SS stations or anything like that. So we know little to nothing outside of the material culture of the calendar, that rock formation there and stuff like that. But Kemet, man, we have love letters. We got Sebek Unk cheating on Unket Mary Ra. I mean, it's very, very detailed. So anyway, I'm just saying, the scribes really created this afterlife perpetual phenomenon that the duat, or the afterlife, can be said to be the mind of the living. Like, if you don't remember a person, if the living collectively just don't remember a deceased, then you have to ask yourself, what is it? So the kings, anyway, I'm rambling on.
I think I forget the name of the papyrus, but there's one where the scribes are talking about, being a scribe as being as a means of having immortality, as in once everything falls apart and everybody is long dead and gone. But for the scribe, you always remembered, when people recite your work and things of that nature. I forget the name of the papyrus, but that was like a means of immortality, which means that, as a scribe, what's written will always be remembered,
That's probably the Satire of Trades, probably the same document I'm referring to, or something related to that.
Okay.
Recite by day, read at night, or vice versa, and all that. I see we got a brother Sarmotep on the panel. I don't know if your mic is working.
Testing.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
It works. Okay. I just got this mic, so you gotta, for each new program, you gotta find the mic. But anyway, all I wanted to add to that part of the discussion is that you got to remember that in Africa, in general, that another means of immortality is the naming of children. And so you would name your children after, grandparents or great grandparents. And by naming them, the spirit of the person who the name belonged to jumps from generation to generation. And so, matter of fact, in one of the texts I wrote, I showed this parallel among the Collagen people as well as in ancient Egypt. And so, like the cognates for the word that we pronounce as ka, they forget that the word ka means name, and that when you talk about the soul in many cultures in Africa, you're talking about someone's name. And so a form of reincarnation is naming your children or naming your grandchildren after those in your family who have lived before. So although we may not have the monuments of a lot of people, well, I mean, in modern days, we don't have the names no longer because they don't name each other after their ancestors. It's now
Roger the Sixth, though, down the street.
I'm sorry?
I mean, you do got Roger the Sixth down the street, you know.
Yeah, you know, but you know, I mean, you have people in Zimbabwe and Southeast Africa who were named Ramesi or Ramose. That's a native name, but the in Egypt they're no longer naming their children, you know, after, you know, the ancestors. So, but for Africans in general, when you talk about the soul or spirit, you're talking about a name. And so that's why Ka is a word for spirit and Ka is a word for name. It's the same thing when you go in amongst the tree speaking people of Ghana. You know, what we call as Ka is called Okra there. And in other places, it's the same thing. And it's a word for name, and then it's a word for spirit or soul. And you name your children after your ancestors, and that's how you live on, besides the genetic makeup. But what is interesting, and I forgot the name of the text, but the author is Dr. Anthony Ephraim Doncor, and he is a professor as well as a king in Ghana, in a small you know, rural village in Ghana. And you know, he's written a text, well, he's written several texts on spirituality and kingship in Ghana. And one of the things that he mentioned about the quarrels over kingship in Ghana in ancient and even modern times, you know, he has a whole book on the controversy that, you know, got him into kingship. And I always wonder if this applied in ancient Egypt, and it gives us, you know, a foundation to do further research as it regards Kemet. And that is one of the reasons, what he says is that one of the reasons why there was such a fight to become king in the in these Ghanaian lines amongst the Ashanti people, is that someone who becomes king automatically and is guaranteed immortality. So
Well,
just by becoming the king,
mhm.
you're already granted immortality, and
Okay.
your name will live forever. And I wonder to what extent that could be applied to ancient Kemet, if there's any evidence of such an attitude.
Well,
And
that's
go ahead.
what scholars imply in the old kingdom when they say that the afterlife was solely for the king, and then it became you know, democratized and things like that. You were automatically guaranteed an afterlife, you know, as far as evidence of it being intent, like that was the same mode of thinking, like in Ghana, you're saying, you know, it's probably, we have to dig through that, but that's definitely what they're implying.
Yeah, but like in Ghana, you know, just to add clarity, you can still be deified and get immortality in Ghana, or you know, in classical, you know, what we now call Ghana. But if you become king, is guaranteed, is automatic. And so I think it's the other part, like if that exists in Kemet, that's what's missing, you know. And they add this notion that like just only the king could be, you know, immortal and live forever and go to the afterlife. That doesn't make any sense, you know. And I don't think the people would have been volunteering to build all those monuments and everything to help the king get to some place that they have no access to. And matter of fact, when you think about like the demands of the king in terms of the Declaration of Innocence, the Declaration of Virtues, and how, you know, Ma'at, the concept of Ma'at is central to that process. it wouldn't make any sense for the whole society to be governed by a Ma'atic standard if there was not some kind of reward, you know, for acting and behaving in alignment with those particular values and principles.
Exactly.
You know, so it would make sense in my mind, but you know, you always have to have the evidence before we can speak concretely on it. But that it probably was something similar to like what we see in Ghana, to where when a king becomes king, his immortality is guaranteed, you know, versus the lay person, in the regular person in the society itself.
I think that split is you know, the king's name, and then later the royal entourage and royal members were in the Shinu, encased in the rope in the Shinu, to kind of protect it. Even some of the coffins were in the shape of a Shinu and everything. That would kind of imply that more guaranteed aspect. And then the fact that, because you got to look at it in reverse, some of the later kings would occupy the same temple space and erase the names of some previous ones, possibly because of that, like to do damage or to, I guess, stop the perpetual immortality part of someone was to erase the name.
But remember, hold on one sec. Remember that the king, like when you said someone's name, they would also live forever.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
There's a text, I know I cited it.
That's what I was explaining earlier. The fact that we even remember, that was the point I was making. The remembrance of a person is kind of crystallized in their name, which is their identity. And so the name and identity are one and the same. And so if we can remember the name, we remember identity. Therefore, they have life because they live in our minds, not physically, obviously, but they live on in the minds of the living. And even in the offering formulas, like there are grave sites where there's text that are for the people walking by, so that they could recite the name of the occupant within the grave, so that occupant can stay alive, but only in the mind of the living.
But that and that adds to the notion in which, you know, I've spent several lectures and text writing about, is the connection between your name and the soul. And how, like, even speaking good and raising someone's name is an offering. And I wanted to find, is it in this text? Huh?
Now I said prekeru, the invoking is that process, and that's what people are doing. Makeru is that final declaration that they have triumphed and have been justified. But it's an invocation offering.
It may be in my other book.
I got one question. Was these remembering of names, were they for the royal families personally, or were they for the whole, you know, civilization to recognize?
Everybody.
Yeah, pretty much.
Everybody, it's everybody. But see here, this is what I was pointing out. Like we have to look at what takes place naturally. Like, this is not something that is rocket science. Obvious, and this is why I brought up the Black Panthers. If I say the Black Panthers, most people are going to remember the main people, like Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, Angela Davis, Fred Hampton. You're gonna remember certain names above and beyond the others, just out of the natural activities and behavior of the people and what they've done and the impact they have on the community. So obviously the king is going to have the most impact in Kemet society, because the king's jobs and responsibilities is so great and so influential that person is going to be remembered, like the presidents of the United States. So much so, they're on our money. Like, George Washington is easy to remember. I'm just saying. So there's a common consequence to this as well. This is just like the way the cards are dealt, that certain people are going to be remembered way above and beyond others. Like, that's why the scribes, Emiket mentioned that the scribes, by them scribing so much and signing their name to these documents, like, for example, the so-called Rhine's mathematical papyrus, that's what people call it, but it's actually the Ahmose papyrus because his name is right there. He's the one that said, look, I'm copying this. I'm gonna put my name right here. This is Ahmose, by Ahmose. So we should call it the Ahmose mathematical papyrus. So anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, some people want it to be remembered for something else. So because it's kind of off like how we always like, especially the different papyri. It's like you get to know the people who were given those papyri later on in time, as opposed to the writers or the owners of those papyri, which is crazy. And you get all these European names like the Rhine mathematical papyri and things like that. So which is odd. So we should start probably just naming them their correct names, because I think that would be better. But look like Asar dropped off, so we'll give him time to come back. Maybe he's looking for that light bulb, and that y'all were talking about.
So yeah, I had to sit down because we had 3 heavyweights in the building. So that was Emmy Cat, Wujau, and Asar. So I had to sit down.
Yeah,
be a master student.
Yeah, it's always good when they drop by, because the conversation is, it's like, as opposed to talking about aliens. But I think what he was talking about was interesting, because I think, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, when we were talking about the rent and the car, and how, basically what Asa was summarizing. But we went through I think we're looking at the papyrus of Ani and all that stuff, and then Wujao started expounding on that. So, and then Asar is kind of giving it like a deeper perspective, and then mix it with the African part of it, which I think is very, very interesting, but puts everything into place, which is good.
Yeah, the thing about the name, we are so far removed from this consciousness of the importance of a name today, that we don't realize it, but a name is very, very important, because a name, look at a name as a container, as a container for your identity. That's what it is. And so what makes you is your name, and your name is supposed to reflect that, like a fingerprint, so to speak. Your fingerprint makes you unique. Your name is like a subtotal of your identity. What makes you distinct from the next person, the next person, the next person? That's what we call the identity. It has a perimeter around that. And so if your identity is remembered, then you live in perpetuity, but you live perpetually, or you become immortal. But only if you're remembered by someone who is alive. Because the moment that no one who is living remembers you, then you no longer exist.
Indeed.
And so that's just, so immortality and afterlife, or the after living, is dependent on something. It's dependent on whether or not you are remembered. if you're in the memory of the living. And so what we're calling celebrityism today, celebrity, like for example, when you impact a community, that community will remember you for a very long time, but over time it may die down and fade to where you get fade out of existence. So imagine today, we have a lot more people with a lot longer afterlives because of technology. We can record. Like Michael Jackson is going to be remembered for a very, very long time because he's on digital media. He is recorded performing songs, performances, and the whole nine. So there's going to be a record of him and everybody like him. Sports, entertainment, and stuff like that. All of those people are going to have very, very long afterlives. Very, very long afterlives. The average Joe on the street, not so much. Not so much. And that's just the nature of how things are. That's just inherent in the nature of things. You know, like we could think of somebody who's passed away that will just be remembered. I mean,
I got people ready to go.
Malcolm X recently had a birthday.
Right.
Now check this out. Malcolm X today, or on his birthday, I believe I saw that he would be 96 years old if he was still alive.
I think that's correct.
Okay. Now, if you close your eyes and think of Malcolm X, it's very, very hard to imagine him at 96 because he was assassinated at the age that he was. And then, so that imagery is stuck, like it's frozen in our minds. So whenever we mention Malcolm X and all the pictures you see, it's going to be a nice youthful aged man. Malcolm X, Malik El-Shabazz, El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz. That's what we're going to remember him. And he's remembered, you know, and, but even when he broke away from the NOI and everything, or what have you, there were people around him that we don't know their names, that are no longer alive either. Now, in their small circles, they probably still remembered and family members, but they're not known widely. So you got people who are going to be known just for the simple fact that they're recorded on television, in the archives. I mean, you got a lot of different people. You know, what's his name? Somebody I mean, it's a lot of people that you know passed away recently that are very, very revered in the movie industry and stuff like that.
DMX, Tupac, all the rappers.
Paul Mooney passed away.
You know, Paul Mooney, yeah,
just recently passed away. See, these people are going to have, you know, a long afterlife based on the principle of remembrance, because of the medium in which they are, their life has been recorded. So you know, that's the advantage. That's just the inherent advantage. So the inherent advantage of a king in ancient times, or a community leader in ancient times, or whatever, the inherent factor there will be that they will be remembered the longest. That's just a given.
So
Yeah,
I got one.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Emika.
Okay, I was wondering about something I wanted to ask Asar. I don't know if he'll come back, but even with what you said, because if we mentioned people who kind of did good, you know, they're remembered for their good deeds, but then you also have people like Hitler and all that, you know, people who did bad, but they are remembered. So, and in the case that Asar was talking about the kingship in Ghana, I was wondering what they would say in the sense of, you know, obviously with the kingship providing you direct access to immortality, would that, what happens if you don't if you're not a good king, well, you know, in that sense. But so it kind of makes me think about, like, you know, even like Hitler. Unfortunately, he has immortality because we remember him, but it's not really good deeds. So, you know, that's kind of a weird way, like, to get immortality. I don't know how that would work.
Well, the immortality is not dependent upon good or bad.
It's just about remembrance.
Dependent upon the remembrance.
which is very interesting because it would be like a remembrance by any means necessary.
Yeah, it is. You know.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. And see, here's the thing, the argument between whether animals or, animals have a spirit or soul, and therefore can they exist in heaven and all that argument is also based on this, because you're going to remember a fellow human being a lot more. There's going to be a more leniency to remember fellow human beings more so than objects, especially inanimate objects. And so inanimate objects are said to not have a soul, whereas human beings are said to have a soul, because the soul is that perpetual paying forward of a name in remembrance. And you're not going to remember inanimate things more so than a living fellow entity such as yourself.
So I think I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, so obviously everybody wants to be remembered. So did the ancients? I forgot if you like that term or you didn't, because I know you spoke on that. But did the ancients did they strive for this sort of immortality, which this form of deification? Did they strive for that as their text on it? Is that something they strived for? I mean,
Right.
I would. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. So, but let me go back. I'm gonna back up one step before you ask that. So the good and bad moral is really for the living. Okay, because think about this. When you're alive and breathing, we have what's called guilt. And nobody wants to live in guilt. And so the good and bad part of it, that judgment is really for the living, how you're living. So then when you switch to the deceased or being dead, now it changes to where you want to be remembered, to have that perpetual, that immortality, or to be remembered to go on afterlife. And so, yes, everybody wants to be remembered. And so this is where the ability to be remembered started to broaden. And scholars describe this phenomenon, which is a natural thing. They described it as more so like a democratization of the afterlife, when really it's more so just an inherent nature of popular versus unpopular, and who had the means and who didn't, to be remembered. The king is automatically going to be remembered, because the king, by the very office of kingship, their name is everywhere. Their decrees are everywhere. That's how it was set up. And but the average person, the average person in Kemet locally would like to be remembered. They're not going to be remembered on a large scale unless they do some large scale deed.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, everybody obviously wanted to be remembered. And so you have these personal offering formulas and personal things that we do have attestations for, where people are, you have their families listed in the offering formulas and things like that. And even like I mentioned earlier, you have graves where the living people would walk by, and they would purposely carve things on the outside where people will walk by, or in the the part where it's publicly accessible, where people would recite and read things for the immortality of the occupant, so that they can have immortality. And it's quite a few of those. It's talking about people who are alive or on the land of the living, Ta'unk. If you walk by, don't walk by without saying my name, and blah 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 blah. So that was there as well. And then you have offerings themselves. Like today, we have Arlington Cemetery for war veterans. And I know where I lived at in DC, I lived next to not next to a cemetery, but a cemetery was, kind of near us. I remember driving, we would go past it, and all I would see is rows and rows and rows of these white tombstones. And when we drive by, they were in such a pattern that they look, how the spokes of a bicycle, when it's driving, the spokes go forward, but then it looks like it starts going backward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, these tombstones are lined up in such a way, when we used to drive past the street and there'd be all rows and rows of them, it would form an illusion. And I used to look over there. I used to always look to see if I could see that illusion. But anyway, those people are remembered and can be remembered by someone, by visiting the tombstone. We leave flowers, we leave different things at a tombstone to keep that person in memory. People visit grave sites for that same purpose.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that's on a personal level, but we don't know those people, but somebody does.
Yeah.
But
we all know Pac and Big.
Right. And Emiket said Hitler. We can name a lot of people, good and bad. See, that good and bad thing is a different lane in this conversation. The good or bad, that's more so for the living. But if a person who wreaked havoc in the world is still remembered by the living, then that person lives on, whereas the average Joe may not. And that seems unfair. But that's just something different, and it kind of changes the paradigm. It's a paradigm shift when you start thinking of things like that in relation to how Christianity sets it up, so to speak. We have heaven and hell, and that you're born to go to hell because you're born in sin, and you need this product called Jesus to alleviate that from you, and now you can go to heaven and stuff like that. And you're gonna,
Man, you started some mess, man. You started some mess.
I kind of wonder, like, did the creatures that God create, are they Christians?
you said, are the other creatures Christians that God?
Yeah.
That's a good question, man. Are animals Christian?
I was thinking, do they need to believe?
Christians believe that animals go to heaven, then, because I don't know. Anybody know?
Hell no, they ain't no Christian. It's an animal.
Yeah, I'm saying we're the only animals that have a religious system.
But wait a minute. But think about this though, right? Okay, oh man, there's so many conversations that people could have about this kind of stuff, man. But I'm gonna throw this out there. Okay, on a very minute level of atomic atoms, we got molecules, and below that we have atoms, right? And atoms are made up of electrons, protons, and neutrons. But I don't want to go that low level, but let's stay at the level of atoms. We know that we say and understand that energy cannot be created nor destroyed, especially in a system, right? So just with that alone, without getting deeper at all or anything, how is it that things can go into heaven as if heaven is not a part of that. You know what I'm saying? It's just real. That whole concept is really, really weird altogether, because all the atoms, like, think of how crowded heaven would have to be if it housed all the humans that ever born and have died since human beings emerged, as Homo sapiens sapien. Imagine every human being in heaven.
Really.
One, every human will be related, and then everybody will be looking for a relative. So everybody will be always perpetually looking for somebody, because everybody's related and want to find a relative and this and that. And because it's going to be age. Like, is there an age hierarchy in heaven? Like, I mean, I know people say you don't age in heaven, but would there be a age system, like not aging, but a seniority system, like the mother of this person who is the mother of that person, mother of that person, whatever, like this chronology? Does chronology exist in heaven? See, all these things.
Find out when you get there, or if you get there.
you find out, right? Yeah. But yeah, this is I'm saying this is it's just a deep. I just always just throw things out there for these kind of conversations, because these are the things that I think people should really wonder. I mean, more so the genius, instead of whether all this other stuff that we hear. I just don't get it. But anything else? I mean, anybody got anything else? It's 12 o'clock. We up here just kind of rocking out.
I saw him came back, so I think he was looking for something before he left.
Yeah,
I
so I had
forgot
a
now.
question.
Oh, you forgot. I saw them went down the street and got some carry out and ate and came back.
No, my internet just shut off. And so I was sitting here trying to connect, because it's Wi-Fi. So I had to go in and restart the modem and all that and come back. And then I just restarted the whole computer. And so now I'm back. But it wasn't that deep.
All right, we're about to kind of wrap it up, but I don't know if you had something else to finish your thought from earlier.
No, I was gonna originally just talk about like how a lot of ancient, we do this on a regular in terms of showing the connections between ancient Egypt and the rest of Africa in terms of concepts or whatnot. So we were talking about, living eternally in a quote unquote afterlife. And I had mentioned previously the Declaration of Innocence and the Declaration of Virtues that, became prominent more so after the Middle Kingdom and New Kingdom texts. But like many of you may know, I'm working on a text, not I'm working on, but in terms of editing and everything. It's a text called Muntu wa Nzambi, Portrait of Human as God's Special Creation.
Up.
And Mamu Kinge. And he's out of the Congo. So, he's doing a lot of comparative work between just just African religions and philosophy. And so he's citing this one author, Kalanda from 1992, who's describing the Baluba people in Central Africa, like when they're on their deathbeds, what they have to declare, before dying. And so you see on this page here, this is in chapter 7. I don't know if you can see it because this dang light is so bright.
I have not killed anyone. I have it looked like declarations.
Yeah. So you see the same type of attitudes towards, Now, this is done while the person is living on their deathbeds. Now, we usually see it in Kemet, after the fact, after the person, the king or whatnot has died. But this is and it has the original Chiluba on the right hand side right here. So of course the English is just a translation. But I have not killed anyone. I have not assaulted anyone. I have not denied food to anyone. I have not slandered anyone. I have not humiliated my elders. I have not refused to pay the first fruits. I have not committed incest or indecent acts in the family. I have not taken another man's wife. I have not molested anyone's child. I have not stolen anyone's property. I have not erected barriers on public roads. And so this was only 11. And it gives the whole context for this particular sacred rite, before death. What's ironic is I found this in West Africa, and it's ironic that even Martin Luther King Jr. in one of his speeches does his own declaration of virtues and innocence, and so how this thought, like, and I cite in other texts, for example, Fukuyama, when he talks about when you're able to declare things like this, and you have serviced the community in a great, you will become a great asset and of high value to the community itself. That's when you become deified, and that's when the people remember your name, and things are named after you and stuff like that. But it all boils down to the character, and what you're able to say that you have done in your life and what you have not done, in contrast. But that was it.
Well, that brings into mind of Ahmose Nefertari, who I spoke about, who was deified, so much so that she's represented in over 50 other private tombs. As a prominent woman in Kemet, as being the mother of the 18th dynasty, and all the other things she did. So obviously they elevated her, deified her, so that she's actually present and welcoming the deceased into the West, figuratively, in their tombs, which brings that to mind, your deeds and your characters of how people are deified. So it's just interesting. And and overall, I was just saying that it's things like this where the focus and many similar things where the focus should be, instead of, I'm seeing the silly arguments over and over and over again, in the community about different things. And I'm saying, just on Facebook alone, I've been on Facebook since 2009, 2010, maybe. And based on what I'm observing, it's like, man, I'm like, people are not even trying to scratch below the surface of anything. It's like just arguing the same thing and not tapping in a significant way, tapping into the genius of these cultures, Kemet or not, but my focus is Kemet. And I'm just saying, we're already behind, but we don't have any catch up going on, because you got other schools of thought that are like way ahead, in terms of this kind of stuff. You got people who are doing surveys, resurveying a survey, like coming out with literature and scholarship about the pyramid text, coming out with the grammar specifically for the pyramid text, coming out with a new analysis of this, rethinking that. I mean, we don't even have the first thinking, and they're doing like triple rethinking of this. I mean, I'm just saying. So, so I love to see more of this happen, but it's just too far and in between to me. So I'm just keep pushing people to like lay down those little silly things, and let's just get into the genius of the people, because a lot of things we can use today. Like people argue about us trying to beat Egyptians and stuff. I'm like, man, like the things that we could use principle wise and whatnot that are fully applicable to this very day. But we won't even know that if we keep arguing over the same surface silly stuff, you know. So it's just really, really frustrating at that point.
Not
And-
only that, we really don't delve into science like we should.
Matter of
Science-
fact, that's kind of what I was talking before I jumped on here. I was on Dr. Maat's channel, and you know we're having a discussion about a high value man or person in general. Excuse me, a high value Black person. Can one exist here in the United States? You know, especially if you're not in the seat of power, right? And you know, Dr. Maat has her position and I have my position. But one of the things that I was stressing is that, you know, and of course, the conversation arises with the rise and stardom of Kevin Samuels and him kind of championing this concept of a high value man. And so, you know,
I'm sorry, sir. He didn't champion that, but I just interjecting real quick. He didn't champion that.
He does champion that, and he's been championing it for a number of years.
Not to me.
I would advise you to watch his videos from 3 years ago all the way up to now. His entire channel was to teach men who were not on their purpose how to level up and become high value. It is because of those discussions that he was having on his channel, and with his growth in popularity, that more women were finding his content on, you know, based on the algorithms on their timelines. And when they was coming into the discussions and calling into his show, they were seeking advice on how to get a high value man. And so a lot of folks, this concept is older than the appearance of Kevin Samuels. It's just that a lot of people are using the terminology as a result of Kevin Samuels. I'm sorry?
That's what I'm saying. So I wasn't necessarily against you, but I'm saying the concept is way before him. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I mean, saying the concept is before him, and that he does not champion the concept of high value man, that's totally different. Okay. And so, but saying all that to say is that one of my essential arguments on her program was that this concept of being what we're calling today high value man is prevalent throughout the world, and especially in Africa. And in each society, what we would call a high value man, they have a term for that and a set of expectations and criteria. And there's a lot of us in the African-centered, you know, Afrocentric world community who, because they don't like his rhetoric, believe that he's speaking Eurocentrically, and that you know, this is just some kind of Western hobnosh. And I can demonstrate conclusively in whether we go to Yoruba, Akan, ancient Egyptian, Zulu, that the fundamentals of what this man is saying is present there. And if the African-centered community would actually, and this is going back to your point, Ujawu, really penetrate and pay attention to the text and try to live out the text in a modern context, we would be in a different place. Because one of the things that Kevin Samuels always talks about in terms of leveling up on the kinds of skills that will make you valuable and to make you a high earner or whatnot. And so your high earners are going to be people, of course, in real estate and you know, corporate finance and stuff to this nature. and of course entrepreneurs. And he's more so a champion of going the entrepreneur route. But the point being that we need more people who are scientists and architects and things of this nature. And you have a whole bunch of people who are studying Egypt, ancient Kemet and whatnot, but not going to school for architecture, not going to school for astrophysics, not going to school for, mathematics or whatnot. They're not inventing anything. Like, these are the things that they championed in ancient Kemet. And you read it, you want to point to it. Like Dr. Milana Karenga would always say, you got to watch out for folks who like to use Africa as a reference and not as a resource. Meaning, they can point to stuff in Africa, they can name some stuff, but they don't use it as a resource for a source of human possibilities and solving or problem solving algorithms, in their life and in modern times. And this is essentially what we're having, with a lot of folks who, and of course, everybody isn't studying, ancient Kemet that deep. They may have other interests in life. But for those who are claiming but aren't building on the legacy, like, you should be in 2021, we should be doing things far beyond what the ancient Egyptians were doing.
Absolutely.
Facts.
Absolutely. And we're not going to with the way that people deal with it. And I like that reference versus resource.
Mm-hmm.
I always use it as a I always say resource, but as like a mine. Like you mine Kemet for its resources and then utilize what we can. What's applicable is applicable. What's actionable, executable. And most of the times it's not the fine details, because we don't live in ancient times. We don't live in a desert. We don't even live near a river. We're not river people, most of us. But it's the principles. It's like how you put it, those problem-solving algorithms, if we want to call them that, that's what's applicable, because an algorithm can change its environment and still be applicable. And so that's where we need to tap in. I call it the genius, like that genius. I don't see people tapping into it. People people are forwarding me claims about how Namir is Nimrod now and stuff, and want me to address it. And I'm like, man.
Kevin, not Kevin. What's his name? Zion Lex is online on Sonetta right now, arguing that the Bible, comes out of Kemet.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. I can't do it anymore, man. Like,
Bible again.
I just can't do it. Like, that's
Zion is on a roll.
But look, for laughs and giggles, I don't hate on that for what it is. I just don't like it to not be called what it is. Like, if it's laughing and giggles, that's it. That's cool. But man, listen, in 10 years, look, like I said, I've been on Facebook, I believe, since 2009. I always say that. But you know how many degrees that I could have had, or anybody in that span of time? Like 4 years is a bachelor's degree. Then you get your master's, PhD. 6 to 8 years, you are golden in something. Like, you are become an expert, and we got people who are online for at least a decade who are arguing and regurgitating the same thing, and not, like you said, not even building upon something and stuff like that. So it's like I'm tired of it. I can't do it. I just can't do it. So that's just wrap for that. Like, people want to argue whether it came out the Bible. I heard, somebody gave me a clip of Zion Lex saying that Namir is Nimrod. And I'm like, okay, cool. To start your assumption with that, okay, that's your first hypothesis assumption. And so I'm like, all right, where's the meat for that? All right, give me something. And his overall explanation for it is because Namir is seen on a Namir's palette wearing a leopard skin, and then Nimrod is known to like leopards. And then the word in Hebrew for leopard is Namir. Voila, there it is. Namir is Nimrod. Namir is Nimrod. I'm like, really? That's all I need? I mean, do you know how many people we could do that with?
Does he know how many people wore leopard skin, even like in Kemet, but just around everywhere? Like that's crazy.
It's man. And then the linguistics, like Namir, Nimrod. He just drops the D and don't reconcile, explain nothing. The D, like these consonants can just go, like just come and go at will. Like, hey, I'm just gonna grab a D over here. I'm gonna get rid of it when I want to over here. You know, no explanation. Even the word listen. I don't know if you heard this one. Enki, you know, the Sumerian or the Babylonian deity, or the Syrian deity Enki, right? From Mesopotamia. He said that Enki is the same as the word Unki. Like Enki is the same as the word Unki, and it's an epithet of Osiris. Therefore, they're the same.
There's some pseudo linguistics.
It's beyond that though. At this point,
that's not even pseudos try. It's something pseudo you try a little harder. You inject some kind of sense. This one is just stupid.
It's
why didn't they show the method of how those words compare?
And the clip I saw is like there's a setup where he's like, y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Y'all make sure you thumb up the channel and like the channel and use that cash app. But are y'all ready for this? I'm about to drop the bomb. And then Enki, it's Unky. Woo! Boy, I'm telling you, you know.
Was the cash up rolling at that point? Like church.
Like, woo! You know what I'm saying? Nobody else is doing this. Nobody else is saying that. Like, of course nobody is saying that because it's just not true. Like, what the heck? Nobody else in the conscious community, in the comedic community, or in whatever community is dropping this and this and that.
And that's a good thing.
I'm like, wow. Yeah, they will say Namir means but what does it mean? You know, you will see it means cat, fish, or you know, nar, mir, or it's I don't want to care how it's spelled. Like the nar is Nar, and then the mur, the chisel is mur, so get Namir. But what does it mean? Yeah, some people would say catfish or this and that, but no, it's leopard. Because here
it's the Moors. It's the now Moors.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's one. The now Moors. Tamaray is Ta land of the Moors.
Exactly.
Would y'all?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question to Asar?
Oh, go ahead. We're gonna wrap up. We're gonna let your question be to take us home.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, I rock with you and all that old good stuff. But what I see the relationship that you're making between some of the what's his name? The brother that you been making correlations.
Kevin Samuels?
Yeah.
All right.
It makes sense, but what obviously you've been following him for some time. Is that right?
Yes. I don't know if you heard me, but yes.
Okay. And then so I see the relationships that you're putting in an African context. But what made you do that? Obviously it makes sense and stuff like that, but I'm just saying, can you just go a little further? Why is he you've been kind of centered on him for a little bit?
It's well, one, because he's just popular at the time. And, you know, his presence and his controversy, you know, allows for others to have different conversations. And so one of the things that, you know, I'm always a champion of is making sure that when we are out in the public making arguments, that we try to make arguments that are right and exact. And there's a lot of people attacking him, of course, especially women, and they haven't listened to like a full show of his. And if people would just listen, you better understand where he is coming from. It doesn't mean that you'll necessarily agree with everything that he says, but you know, we have to put that disclaimer before everybody. No one believes well, unless you just like in a religious cult. You know, some people believe that Farrakhan ain't told no lie, ain't told no wrong ever in his life. You know, same thing with Elijah Muhammad and whatever. But it's besides those extreme cases, you don't agree with everyone. But when I'm listening, remember that what he's talking about essentially, I wrote about in 2016 in my book Nesubiti, King and Ancient Egyptian, and it's subtitled a lesson in paronymy and leadership. And you know, when I was, you know, researching, actually that book came about as an accumulation of data trying to research Osiris. And the original book that I was writing, I scrapped. And some of what I was writing in that book ended up in Nesubiti. But I've always been curious as to, you know, when you talk about leadership, what does it mean in an African context? And then we also got to be careful about that whole African context, because there is no uniform African context anywhere in Africa. And we always have to respect the diversity of Africa, because people will say, you know, well, you only find that in, you know, a small number of areas, and try to diminish it as if it is still not African. Something is African because there are African people who do it. It doesn't mean, you know, whether it's bad or good. African people, if African people do it, it's African. It's just plain and simple. It's not even really that deep of a concept. But when it comes to the rhetoric of Kevin Samuels, like anybody who has gone through any kind of initiation, for example, like Kevin Samuels has a program titled something to the nature of, for men to cut your hair, so that you know, as a part of leveling up in your success. And you see a gang of people saying that that's some Eurocentric, you know, BS, and I shouldn't have to cut my hair in order to, you know, saying rise up in this society, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, that's a bunch of BS. Your hair grows back.
Yeah.
What you're doing is cutting your hair so you can get entry into a place, so that you can gain the skills and experience, so that you can go to the next level. And if you were in Africa, you would have to do the same thing. I'm like, all these folks who are saying this is Eurocentric stuff like this, I know for a fact that they have not been initiated in any African system. Because you know what you're going to have to do?
Get home training.
When you get initiated into an African, you know, spiritual tradition, before you cross over, as we say in the frat, you got to cut your hair. men and women. And you will not get entry into the society unless you do. I had to cut my hair then. I had to cut my hair when I joined Alpha Phi Alpha. It's part of the process. It is showing your level of and what you're willing to do to meet your tools. And so it's examples like this that I can go like, why is that society? You have to cut your hair. It grows back, but you know, you're going someplace so you can get access and experience and power within the organization. Then you have a little bit more leeway to do. You're cutting your hair just so you can get in the door. Now, if you start your own business and go, you know, you can do whatever. But it's stuff like this. And then on the topic of, remember that his channel, and I'm trying not to be long, but his channel is for men to learn how to level up and get their paper right so that they can, in the words that he likes to use, become the best version of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so, you know, he's teaching them, you know, like where to go to get certain suits, how to put certain combinations together, what colognes to wear, how, you know, like for folks who are looking for a certain type of women, you know, like you put on these type of scents and put it on here, here, and here and walk by. Like you talk to certain sisters, they love a dude who smells good. Like basic stuff like this, a lot of us have lost. You know, we think that we're supposed to smell like lumberjacks everywhere. Like if you're in the woods cutting down the tree and the sister see you, you know, cutting down, you know, and want to holler and y'all set up something, that's fine. You know, you understand you're at work and you smell that way. But when you come pick her up, you're supposed to have a different scent. And what's the kind of scent that is going to appeal to her inner senses that will open her up to you? What kind of conversation must you have? What kind of jobs and things do they respect and stuff like this? So, it's just, it's very kind of corporate-y. You know, he's not Afrocentric, so I don't put him even in that category to even talk. But for those who are looking for that type of thing, that's what his channel was created to do. The women came later as his channel grew. And I'm like, all of this stuff you find in Africa. Like you have whole texts on how to treat your woman. Like I cite, I think it's a papyrus of Annie.
Hold on. But these are things you already knew, right?
But I'm 41 years of age, you know, and you know, we got to also remember our different levels and our ages and experiences. Like I just come from an era where this was like kind of standard and understood.
Okay.
But, you know, a lot of younger folks, that's not the case because, you know, they grew up on the whole thug R&B, you know, and didn't feel that they had to learn all these things. And people didn't have men in the homes that can teach them these basic things, you know. And he also deals with, you know, just like stuff that he's learned being in corporate America and sales. He had a whole show on being in a fraternity and a sorority and what are the benefits of being in such, because he's a member of Kappa Alpha Psi. And the moves that he was able to make just because he belonged to that network. So now you're getting the importance of what it means to network. And I associate that again with the African superhighway of wisdom. We're talking about all these trade routes and things. People got to understand that these African men would travel across Africa, get initiated into certain systems to open up trade with different communities. They built a network that still exists today. So this concept of your network is your net worth is a real thing. So like this stuff you can say is Eurocentric all you want to, but it doesn't make any sense when on the other hand, you're sitting here talking about the great kingdoms of this and this, and they did trade long distance and did that. How did they do it? This is what I mean by
That's
using.
what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Before you chimed in.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see most of the show, but that's just the point. That goes to Wajahu's point of people not tapping into the genius. What kind of relationships did the ancient Egyptians have with inner Africa and their surrounding areas? How did they protect their trade? How do you build an army? How do you, matter of fact, like people don't, and I was thinking about this last night, and it may seem kind of morbid, but hear me out. Like, have you ever just wondered what kind of charisma and pimp game Hitler had to have to be able to convince and command all those hundreds of thousands of people to commit genocide on another group of people?
Exceeds off the hook. There's not even a word for it.
You know,
it's not even a word for it.
But even in that same vein, how do you convince a population they don't have currency, they don't have money to do that long and backbreaking labor to build monuments, pyramids and temples and all of this other kind of stuff as a collective work for the society? Like, we need to be paying attention to that type of psychology, especially if we're trying to convince a lot of us to go in a particular type of path. You know, what are the extremes? What are the benefits of doing this versus the disadvantages of doing that, whatever that may be?
Well, I have to say this, nobody convinced me to go this path. I have to say that.
Well, you don't know that. It could have been an inception. You could have been sleeping on the bus, and behind you was a group of dudes that did the inception and planted in your mind that you need to go ahead and study Africa and hang out with Wajahu and them and learn Netcher. You know, the whole point is that, and I've said this before, that, you know, we got to even think about this whole concept of teaching. And I would argue that in many ways, we are more so social farmers. It is our job simply to plant the seed. A person's life experiences is what's going to fertilize those seeds.
Facts.
You know, to inspire them to go in a particular direction. That's why I don't spend a lot of time trying to convince anyone of nothing.
Yeah,
I put
cultivating mind.
What I believe is right and exact out there in the universe. I try to put it in spaces so that even if you're not ready to come back and revisit it, and let it nurture you in a way and inspire you in a way to do and think about, you know, whatever it, you know, it is. It's not your job to try to convince everybody. You are a farmer. You plant seeds. And that's ultimately what this is all about. So, you know, these are the things that we got to study. So you see a lot of farming references, even one's mate and one's friends are referenced in a lot of ancient Egyptian literature as fertile fields. So what does it mean to cultivate, in a literal sense, you know, relationships? And what do they mean by that? Like, your wife is a fertile field for your Lord, for you as Lord. And the same thing with your friends.
You can plant seeds in them.
Exactly. But it's something you got to nurture. You gotta, when you think about farming, you got to create a space. You don't accidentally farm. Yeah. Farming is that you just don't just wake up one morning and there's a farm somewhere. There's some planning that has to be involved. There's some studying. You know, you have to understand the environment in which you are in and what can grow in that type of environment, the timing of certain planning and pulling of crops. You know, that's a conscious thing. And so, you know, there's a lot to learn just from farming techniques and growing your own food. Like, you know, and that's the stuff that we have to relearn to this date, you know, because like if like we depend on Europeans too much.
Too much, way too much.
And that's one of the things that I love about Kevin Samuels, to bring it back to him, because he's always talking about, you know, becoming, especially the men, becoming the best version of yourself so you can go out in the world and compete. And Dr. Amos Wilson used to say the same thing. Like, we want to just get an education and stuff and just make it. Like, no, we should be out there competing with them. We should have our own engineering firms, and we should be outbidding them for NASA contracts, or just building our own rockets like Elon Musk. You have to compete. And that's what the ancient Egyptians were doing. They solidified a power base so that they can compete in the world and dominate in the region in which they exist.
We got to make steel first.
I'm sorry?
So we got to come together and make steel first. It's kind of like we got to start from, like, I don't want to say like Stone Age, but like, you know, from the ground up, like from ground zero to, you know, even having the whole infrastructure, you know, from, you know, factories and all this other things. Like, we don't even have that yet.
But the point is, you got to start. And if you don't start, you know, then you'll never, regardless of the algae, you'll never win if you don't start, if you don't put yourself in the hat. Right. So what we have to do is have more pioneering spirits among us, who's willing to risk, to take risk, you know, to expand, you know, African possibilities.
Yeah, what I like about this conversation is, I know we talked just hours back, it was on Wujao was going to explain something about praise and worship, and, you know, going through the value and the worth. And, you know, we kind of touched a little bit on, you know, with the deity or deifying in that sense, or putting something on us on a high standard. That's why we see the deities on a standard. So it's like, when you're talking about this high value Black person or Black man in this Easters, is kind of what I'm getting from it is a way of, there are certain values and standards, kind of like with the Remech had, and those being put in a form of deities. And then you'd have different institutions, you know, who have to live by these standards or the ways of those standards. So in this sense, what I'm getting is that there are certain standards that, you know, that the Black man is supposed to live by. So it's like deifying those kind of things. And it kind of just makes up, for me, my understanding of it is the same way as with the you know, values of the different deities. In that sense, but in the modern times, it's like certain values that, you know, that people have to put or live by to kind of, you know, be able to compete in this world, in that sense.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And people don't know, like the word value itself, it derives from a Proto-Indo-European word meaning to be strong. And the word, you know, the other synonyms for it is, you know, to be well, to be worthy, to be strong, to be powerful. And people don't understand, like, the word, for example, the word Netcher itself derives from a word meaning to be powerful. And it's even defined in some dictionaries as that, as a power. And the word power itself comes from a root meaning to do or to act. And to create, to do, to act, to create. So when you're talking about high value, you're talking about power and strength, and more so the ability to make things happen. In the Yoruba language, they call it ashe, because the word ashe means power, strength, command, force. It comes from a root she, meaning to do. It's the same root that where you get the name of the religion from, Yesheshe. And so one of the things that I've come to realize over the years is that, what I call kimoyo or African, spirituality is really the art of creating value. How do you become valuable, and how do you create value in things and in others? And that's the and we can find the synonyms linguistically in other languages. And so when, matter of fact, as I've stated a number of times, the word Netcher in the Chiluba language is the word Nkole. And the word Nkole means a very eminent and powerful person. And that's the word that I have renamed African Americans. It's the cognate for the word Netcher. It's a word for high value. And matter of fact, and I know y'all trying to end this program. I just want to share one slide. If
He froze. Great conversation, by the way.
if I can. The host has disabled it.
Oh, go ahead. Let me set you straight on there. Let's see if I could do that. Okay, yeah, I have to disable that on the show, but let me just go ahead and there you go. Go ahead and you should be able to do it right now. I don't know if I accidentally muted you by accident or you muted yourself, but you're muted. Oh, I want you to know you're muted. You gotta unmute yourself, Sar.
Testing.
There you go.
Okay. Is my screen sharing?
Yeah.
All right. So what
Post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Yeah, he keeps freezing.
Yeah. So Sar got a new microphone, but he better invest in a new internet service. Hey, we need to have a show on high value internet service, huh?
You a fool.
We need high value internet service.
Yeah, the guy he talking about though, I never heard about him, but I looked him up and he's just so like you would think he hate women the way he speaks.
What does he say?
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a video. Okay. The way he talks to females, you be thinking he likes the other side.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I heard about him, but I really wasn't tripping because I was a man first.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
but Astar,
I haven't seen any of his videos, so I don't speak. I know he's become popular lately, like in the last 2 or 3 months. He's he's definitely skyrocketed in terms of popularity. But I still to this day haven't watched anything other than I see people talk about him and his.
But have you seen Asar's videos about it?
No, Asar and Dr. Ma'at did a show I think today on it. So no, I haven't seen that either. That was just today though.
He do got some good points. Asar do.
Okay, so I'll take us home, man. Hey, sorry, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I
So
don't know
listen,
what was.
this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna contact Kevin Samuels, and we're gonna have a show called High Value Internet Service.
It normally, this has never happened since I've been in this location.
High Value Wi-Fi. That's gonna be the next title of the show. High Value Wi-Fi.
That just must mean like it must be a gang of people on the net or something in the neighborhood. I don't know what it is.
Texas.
Yeah, man.
Friday.
But I'll just read it. And so what I was saying is that I'll be reading from Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, Dr. Joy DeGruy. And
love her.
Huh?
No, that's a good sister. I love her.
Oh, yeah. So like in her text, she gets to a part where she's talking about like self-esteem and like the proper definition of self-esteem, right? And so, you know, in this, I think is applicable in understanding, you know, value. And so she states a person's judgment of their own worth can be placed on a scale of unhealthy to healthy. Healthy self-esteem is the result of an accurate and honest assessment of one's worth. Worth being the degree to which one contributes. Contributions take many forms: spiritual, intellectual, emotional, and material. All that matters is that a person's contribution improves life. And then she continues, measuring worth, and I put this in here, I'm reading from my lecture. So the word worth, strong, powerful, all of these are essentially synonymous. It's to add strength, to add, you know, power and things of this nature. So measuring worth is a tricky business, yet we all can identify it when we see it. It says, ask the questions. How much do you contribute to the other's success? How much do you contribute to the work necessary to grow yourself so that you can make even greater contributions to your community? How much are you willing to sacrifice for the greater good? How willing are you to accept responsibility for your mistakes as well as your successes? How determined are you to persist when things get hard? How willing are you to let the best person for the job lead and happily support that leader? How often do you delight in others' success? To what degree is the world a better place for your existence? These are some of the questions we can ask ourselves to assess our own worth. In other words, our own value. Because I go into the definition of value. The word value, price equal to intrinsic worth of a thing. From the Latin, valere, be strong, be well, be of value, be worth, of worthiness. So it has to deal with strength. So it has to deal with your contributions to the society and to your group and things of this nature. How do you make everyone around you better? And Kevin Samuels talks about this in terms of one of his criteria for being a high value man is utility. How can you be utilized? How do you make other people valuable? And people got to understand, when you are a business, your business becomes valuable because you help solve other people's problems, and you, by solving their problems, you make them in their business more valuable. So you become high value by providing more value to other people. And so when we go through our literature, we can see how some of these things align when you actually listen to Kevin Samuels and you go beyond the little 5-minute clips from a whole 2.5 hour show. And so these same ideas that I know for a fact, because I've listened to them from Kevin Samuels, I can find in Joy Leary's text or text in Ancient Kemet, because they're all talking about the same thing. It's about your ability to amass resources to be able to serve and make other people valuable. That was the inspiration behind the book Nesubiti, understanding leadership and the role of a leader. A leader is somebody who helps guide people to understanding themselves and their strengths and helping them, creating a space for them to fulfill their purpose. That's when you become valuable to others. And so I'll end it there. So we'll go all night.
All right. So man, this is good. We, normally I would hang it, man, make a marathon out of this, but I can't do it today. So gotta do this. We gotta pick up on this because I think that this is an important thing, because it's interesting. I don't know if you tuned in earlier into the show, because we've been on 4 hours now, but but earlier I actually mentioned, because I did a presentation on the words praise, worship, adoration, and those related words and concepts that people have in their mind now, and how it ties into value.
Indeed.
All of it deals with value. And so what you were just saying right now just kind of goes right back to it and tells it in a different way, summarize it.
Indeed.
And I even mentioned Netcher, how the deities are set up and structured as an organizing system of value, and how Netcher and all that other kind of stuff. So that's the kind of conversation I like to have. So I think we should come back to this and revisit this purposefully, like intentionally have a conversation about that, so yeah, man, we got to do it again. But anyway, so I'm going to wrap it up. It's 1:00 in the morning, Friday. I know people are chilling and everything. We definitely going to get that high value Wi-Fi for Asar Motep, but yeah, appreciate everybody tuning in the chat. And we're going to try to be consistent again with the freestyling, the presentations on Wednesdays. So if you have a topic that you would like for us to cover, or even an image to freestyle on, just make sure you submit. Whoever's listening to the chat, submit topic ideas, because we like to have topic-driven conversations, not just to hit live and then fuss, So I'll keep that in mind. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Appreciate everybody on the panel. Donnie, you're the only one brave to come through on a consistent basis. And Asar, appreciate you coming through. I'm going to check out the video of you and Dr. Ma'ad, because of the high value man, in Freemasonry, and I'm not going to be long with it, I promise. But in Freemasonry, the one of the main mottos is to take a good man and make them better. And in that sense, it is about high value, to create high value, and Eastern Stars for women and so on and so forth. But to take a good man and make them better, it's about character building. And that's another way of saying, a high value man, how high worth, and establishing relationships that will translate into value. You know what I'm saying? So all this is interesting. And I think that we really need to get into it, dig into it.
And it's nothing new.
No. Not like Asar was saying, it's prevalent still, and it's not new. It's just it wears different clothing that we don't recognize it, and all that good stuff. The contracts that people make with their social community, and the visible signets of it by cutting the hair, skins they call scarification or shalooks on the face or the arms and stuff, to take an oath or bind your words to this agreement that the community can tell that you are on that path to become a high valued person or building character, et cetera, et cetera. All that is part of it, you know. So anyway, we got to come back to this topic.
I have one recommendation.
Yeah.
Go to YouTube on your own time, of course, and type in Kevin Samuels Rank Yourself and listen to that episode. This is from 3 years ago. So this is before all the crazy sisters call in and all that other kind of stuff. And just listen to the show. He breaks down, you know, the turmoil that he was going through in his life and the steps that he took to get to the position that he was to that point. And listen to the callers, to the men calling in and what they're looking for and what he's kind of answered. I think if you listen to that show, it'll give you a firm and better understanding of Kevin Samuels as a person and why his channel was created and what he's attempting to do.
Okay. Yeah.
And then from everything else, you can kind of just add on that foundation. But it's going to be a show. I think it came out in 2018. It's I just have it in my notes as Rank Yourself, or how do you rank yourself, or something like that. You know, and he talks about ranking yourself a lot. So some other videos may come up, but if it's from 2018, that's the video.
Yeah, I could appreciate that because I don't know. Kevin Samuel, I have no idea what he's talking about, except for people talking about him recently in the past few months or so. And I don't get down, like I don't judge things if I don't check out myself. So yeah, I'll start.
I want to say this, with y'all. I want to say it one more time. We covered it.
You say what?
You covered it.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna go back and but
Covered it already.
but what he was recommending, like if I ever want to get into the Kevin Samuels thing, I'll start back. Same thing, you know, with now this is something totally different, but same thing. When I was dealing with real heavy the ADOS issues of African Americans and reparations and restorative justice and stuff, and people jumped on the bandwagon and started talking about Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore without going back and seeing the content, text, and the foundation of what, you know, they were saying and stuff like that. So I know how people can jump in and get things kind of crossed up. You know, I'm very well aware of that, you know what I'm saying?
But no, that won't be the case.
My question is, for those that have watched, and maybe for Asa, because he's watched most of it and summarized it, is Kevin Samuels, what he's trying to do is help or advise Black men or to become high value men, or is it just, or like what was the intention of his the YouTube channel?
In essence, it's to help, and not necessarily in the high value, but it's just a goal. It's just that's a financial goal, but it's a bit more than that. It's about, you know, as a man, you know, what are your goals in life? Where should you be depending upon your age? If you're not where you want to be, what do you need to do to get there? And this is fundamentally the nature of his channel. And so you'll find a lot of guys who, whether it's dealing with dating, whether it's dealing with their careers, and things of this nature. I'm sorry?
No, I was just go ahead, Bill.
Yeah. Just these different areas of life, you have men and young men who are wanting to level up and get the quote unquote secret sauce. And when you listen to him, he's like, you got to work your ass off. You know, if you have a lot of time, if you playing video games and watching TV and on the internet all day, you're not on your purpose. Get off your ass, get a second job, and do this and this and this.
So
in the meantime,
so basically,
go ahead.
So basically, he's just talking to the man. He's not talking to the woman.
No, his channel is for men.
Basically, he's telling them what most women would say about what they want in a man, like the same thing a sister would tell a man to do.
Yeah, so keep in mind what I said before. His channel, he been talking to men for 3 years. As his channel began to grow in popularity, more women started listening to him in his program. And so they started calling in, and when they would call in, they would have all these unrealistic expectations about who they are and what they deserve in terms of trying to get this high value. Because he would ask them, you know, how much does a man have to make? They'll throw out a number, 500,000 per year. That's how much he got to make in order to be with me. And it's from that foundation that all the modern stuff that you're seeing, you know, now arises. So like when that one sister called in, talking about she can't find a man on her level, you know, and you can see in the comments that the brothers is like, she's not very cute. Oh, you know, and then he asked her, how would you rank yourself? She said, I rank myself as a 5. And then with makeup on and all this other kind of stuff, a 6. So when he repeated back to her that you're average at best, that struck a chord with a lot of women, and it's been hell for him ever since. But he was only repeating what she said, how she evaluated herself in the looks department, not in terms of human value, just in looks. And so what he was trying to say is like, look, these guys who make 100,000 plus, when they were on their come up, because you always hear this language coming from women that I'm not finna be involved in no struggle of a man with potential. They don't want to be with him through the ups and downs while he's building to that greatness, but then they want to come around after he's made it to that status. So what happens all the time at this time is, because these are the guys for the most part that a lot of sisters would brush on by. So we know that the sisters are only getting with this individual because of his money. And so what the high value men are like is like, if the women are with me because of the money and my status and all of this other kind of stuff, I'm going to make sure that I have what I want. So no, I'm going to get me a young, pretty girl with no children and, you know, who's down with my program. Not some older person in their late 30s and 40s who have, you know, been married and divorced a number of times, who had, you know, a number of kids by another, you know, saying person, which comes with a lot of drama sometimes if the two parents can't, you know, are not mature and can co-parent in a healthy way. And so they come to the conversation talking about what they want, but they never ask to do what he wants in a woman. And so he, you know, he puts it out there that, you know, men of power and prestige, they just want somebody who is fit, feminine, and cooperative. And they're not looking at necessarily your money, because you expect him to pay all the bills. So what good is, you know, you having a PhD and all this other kind of stuff if you want me to take care of you and you're going to be at home anyway.
But like, I've never been that person though.
I mean,
I've never been that type of guy. So you know what I'm saying? To me, he sounds like, you know what I'm saying? Just playing devil's advocate,
Yeah.
Asar.
Okay,
as,
hey.
as a stand.
So yeah, it's 1:21. I just got to remind everyone that we supposed to wrap this up like an hour ago.
And another thing.
But listen, like
Okay.
I said,
One last thing.
I love y'all, man.
But do offer the explanation. That was
Y'all know I
good.
love y'all.
yeah, so we're gonna listen. I think this is worthy of a full-fledged conversation. I mean, I know I'm gonna check out Dr. Maat's show on it, but I think I think this should be a topic, maybe clothed a little differently. As far as high value, because we can connect it to, because we try to keep something anchored into Kemet, at least on this channel. So in terms of Netcher deifying and stuff like that in relation to being a high value person and all this and that. So I think that we can kind of close it up really good to have this conversation again in the near future. So
we can do this tomorrow, either your channel or my channel. I'm ready.
Yeah. All right. Well, if I can break away tomorrow evening or whatever, just keep me posted or vice versa. We could.
Yeah, I won't get home until like around. I usually get home. That's 8. It'll be 9 o'clock Eastern.
Oh yeah, that's
so.
Okay. So I connect and we'll set something up.
All right.
Not tomorrow. I'm gonna keep it. I definitely got a pin in it because like I said, I've talked about this before, but in a different context. I was going through, the levels of praise, worship, worthy, just the etymology of those words and how it's applied and how we broke away from its original, and this and that. But it connects. So yeah, this is good. All right. Anyway, I appreciate everybody tuned in. Emiket, kind of left it to you to handle freestyle tonight. Did a good job. Everybody else did a good job. Chris, if you're still on. Chris usually follow. He probably asleep right now. Yeah, the freestyling was really good, and we're gonna keep this up like we used to kind of make sure sharpen our skills and practice with the language. But these kind of conversations, we got to set up a series. Cause we have Welcome to Savite Dome where we address claims. We create teaching moments out of claims. We have presentation night, which is Divine Words Wednesday, and then fun night like tonight, Freestyle Friday. But yeah, we could volley back and forth on these kind of topics. Definitely. All right. So appreciate everybody stopping through on the panel. And I'm going to say Shem Hotep. See you all next time.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Remember
Blessings.
Yeah.
And Meek, I know you got that third shift, huh?
No, actually, I'm off tonight.
Okay.
That was a great conversation.
Well, Meek about to hit exit on this one. She about to go. She about to on YouTube.
Hey, Mika, you did a good job.
Oh yeah.
Oh, thank you. You did.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Donnie, the only one who dares every single time.
Yeah.
That's a good job. That's great.
No, but that's what it's about. It's a safe zone. People don't need to be timid. I don't want to give that vibe. People don't have to be scared, nervous, timid. It's like, even if you mess up, it's all love. And at the end of the day, regardless, we that's what it's about.